Hi, amazing developers. Today we are building BeatCancer, an AI assistant designed to provide personalized cancer care by analyzing patient data, guidelines, and medical records. Our goal is to identify screening gaps and create tailored treatment plans to improve patient outcome. This tool can be used not only for cancer diagnosis but for virtually any disease. Incorporating Gemini AI into our system adds an additional layer of analysis and generative capabilities. Patient information and record are stored using Drizzle ORM, Privy for authentication. Vite was used to optimize the development process, offering fast build times and hot modules replacement for better development experience. React Router DOM was used for navigation and use context for state management. And one more thing, we are going to deploy this app on Netlify. When a new user visits our platform, they are asked to sign up using Privy for authentication, which shows this modal here for the user to sign up. Then the onboarding page shows up next. Filling in this information will get you onboarded. Now the dashboard displays a card full of metrics regarding information like specialist appointment pending, treatment progress update, total folder, total screenings, and much more. To start uploading records, the user clicks on this ribbon icon here to create a folder to organize records. By clicking on the Create Record button, we see a modal that asks us to enter record or folder name. So we are going to enter lab results and click on Create Folder. Once created, we can click on the folder and it opens a new page. On this page, we can upload our lab results. I have a template here which I am going to upload. The Gemini AI accepts the file with a prompt and devises an analysis on this document, which we can see over here. Upon generating this analysis, we can click on the View Treatment Plan and automatically get to the Kanban page that shows the treatment plans. On this page, you can drag and drop this card here from To Do to Work in Progress, from Work in Progress to Done. And you can create your new column and add your own task as well. We have that here. This is an exciting project and we are going to learn a tons of concepts. Stick around and let's build together. So we have the functional requirement and the non-functional requirement. So the functional requirements includes the user authentication and onboarding, which we demonstrated in the demo section. Upload and manage medical records, AI analysis for medical records, generation of personalized treatment plans, display the treatment plans using Kanban board, secure storage and sharing of medical data, metrics and dashboard for user records. And with the non-functional requirements, we have security and privacy of user data, high availability and scalability, responsive and user-friendly interface, and integration with third-party AI service. So let's move to the high-level architecture of this application. So this diagram depicts the architecture for the project that we are going to build. So we have the front end here, which was developed using React and then Tailwind CSS for styling. We have React Router for navigation and contextAPI for state management. And for the authentication, we use Privy, and we have Drizzle ORM for the backend, writing the schemas and all that. The database was built using Drizzle ORM with PostgreSQL database to store the patient information and medical records. The AI service used for this project was Gemini AI, which provided us with advanced analytical and generative capability to enhance the accuracy and effectiveness of the treatment plans. So finally, let's move to the user flow diagram. So we have the user flow diagram here, which outlines the sequence of interactions a user will have with the system. So first off, the user signs up using the Privy authentication, and we collect the personal information from the user at the onboarding page. Once the user is onboarded, he is being sent to the dashboard page where they can create records or folders to upload their medical records, and then our Gemini AI is going to analyze these records and create a treatment plan for the user. Alright, so this is my GitHub repo, and the starter file link has been placed in the description. So when you open this GitHub repo, click on code, select SSH, and copy this link here. So once copied, you open your terminal in your Visual Studio Code and then run the following command. So we have git clone, paste the URL, followed by a period. So this is going to clone the starter file for us. And there we have it. We have our starter file cloned already. So what you are seeing here is the starter file for this project. All the files here are required to make the project work. So let's install the packages by running npm install. Now these packages will be needed to run this application. While the npm package are getting installed, let's try to look into some of these files. So the src folder contains the main source code for this project, which include the assets, which are SVGs for this project, and later on we will have a component folder, context and page folder. The .env environment file contains the API key for running the Gemini AI. The git ignore file specifies which files and directories should be ignored by Git when committing the code. And we have prettier.json file here, which specifies configuration for prettier code formatting. The package.json file contains script we will be running. For example, pushing our database schema to Drizzle on your dashboard using this command, and then by running the dev script for development. We have Tailwind config.js file here for Tailwind CSS configuration. We have Vite.config.js. The code imports necessary modules and defines the configuration for Vite. It sets up React as a plugin and resolves the @alias at the src directory. So yeah, that will be it for the starter files. Now that our npm install is done, we will start by writing the main components. So we are going to start by creating the main.js file. Inside the source folder, we create a new file named main.jsx. So within this file, we are going to start by importing all the necessary libraries. So we start by importing React from React. Next, we are going to import the React DOM for rendering our app into the DOM. So we import React DOM from React DOM /client. So next, we are going to import the browser router, which is going to handle the routing in this application from React router DOM. So we import browse router as router from React router DOM. So once we have this, so next we are going to import app, which we are yet to create. We will be creating that in a second. So app, and then we import our global CSS styles. So import from the index.css. this particular file over here. Alright, so what we are going to do now is to create a root element where our app will be mounted. So we create a constant of a variable name root, which is going to be the React DOM, the one we imported above here, dot create root. So we have the document.get element by ID, which we are going to target the root element. This particular element here inside the index.html file. So this ID over here. And then here we are going to render our app to the root element. So we type root.render, bring in the parentheses, and then render our app to the root element. But before we do anything else, firstly, we want to wrap everything in Privy provider for authentication purposes. So when we head back to the Privy documentation website, click on Quick Start and scroll all the way down to this part, which shows us an example to set up Privy in your application. This is a React app, so we are going to click on Create React App, and then we will import Privy. I'll copy everything here, move back to my VS Code and import it over here. Once we are done importing it, we have already created our root element and all that. So we will go ahead and copy everything from Privy provider all the way up to this part. All the way up to this part. Alright, so let me copy everything here and paste it here. So now we have our Privy authentication set up here, and we would need the Privy ID to make sure this works correctly. So to get the Privy ID, you have to head back to the Privy documentation website or the Privy dashboard platform. So you can search for Privy dashboard and it will take you to the Privy dashboard. You log in or create an account. So once you have the dashboard open, you click on Create New App and then name your app. So BeatCancer. Click on Create Client, and then you have your app created. So to get your app ID, you scroll down here and click on Retrieve API Key. I click on this and I see my app ID over here. So I'll copy this and replace it with this one over here and get rid of these login methods, which we are going to set up in the dashboard. And the appearance theme, I want it to be dark, and get rid of everything over here and this as well. Alright, so these are the basic information that we need to provide Privy to make sure it works correctly. So we don't have the app created, which I said we will create, and then we also need to wrap the router around the app component. So we have the router wrapped around the app component. Once we are done creating the context provider, we will also wrap that around the app component and pass it down to the children elements of this project. So I think it's time to set up the app.js file, and then we create the other component. So inside the source directory, we are going to create an app.jsx. So we create app.jsx, and this is going to be the app component which we imported over here. So inside this app.jsx, what we are going to do is to import React as usual from React. And then we are going to import these elements from React router DOM. So we are going to import routes and use navigate from React router DOM. So once we are done importing this, we can go ahead and set up our app and then also set up the route for this application. So we are going to create a constant for the app and then we return the following components. So this app is going to contain the layout for the entire application. So we would have a div here with a class name. We give it a relative flex. The minimum height should be the screen size and the flex of role. We give the whole page or the whole layout with this dark background. So the color code is going to be 13131A and then a padding of 4. So once we create this div, we are going to have a sidebar and a navbar. But since we haven't created those yet, I'm going to create a div and leave it as a placeholder for the sidebar and the navbar. So I create a div and give it a class name of relative, margin right of 10, hidden, and from small screen and upward, we want to show this sidebar. So I'll have that sidebar component over here. So we place it with a placeholder, so sidebar. And then we are going to have the main content area, which is going to contain a div, right? So we have a div here. We give it a class name, msauto, max width of 1280 pixels, and a flex of 1, mask on a small screen and upward, we give it a width of full, small screen, and upward we give it a padding right of 5. So the first element we are going to create here is going to be the navbar, which we are yet to create. So I'll leave a placeholder over here named navbar. So the navbar is going to be always visible at the top of the main content area. So now we are going to define our route for our app. So we call the route component that we imported from React router DOM. And for this route, we are going to create individual routes to navigate to the various pages, like the home page, the profile page, the onboarding page, the medical record page, and all the other pages that we will navigate to in this application. So I'm going to create the first route, and then the path for this route is going to be the home page. So let's start by working on the home page. So we have element, and the element is going to be just the home page. So I'll create a div for that, and then I'm just going to type here home page. We are going to create the actual elements later on. So for now, let's just import the home page like this. So the other routes are going to be created, but let's start with one route and then we move to the other for simplicity and also for better understanding of the whole flow of this application. So we are going to export the app component. And now this app import is going to work perfectly fine. Okay. I think with just this, let's try the app and see if we will be able to render home page at the root directory or the root path. So to run this application, we are going to type npm run dev and run the dev script. and we have the app on this port. So when we hit on command on Mac, when you hit on command and click on this link, it's going to take you directly to this URL. So I'll click on that. So we have the homepage component, so meaning our routing is working. So now I would want us to create the sidebar and then create the navbar before we build the actual homepage. All right, so let's create the sidebar. So before we create the sidebar, we have to create the component folder, which is going to hold all the components for this application. So I create a components folder in the source directory named components, and then I'm going to create a new file called the sidebar.jsx, which is going to be our sidebar. So the sidebar, when we check the complete application or the finished application, the sidebar contains these icons over here, and each of these icons are links to the respective pages. So when I click on this, it takes me to the home page. This takes me to the medical record page. This takes me to the screening page, and this takes me to the profile page. So we are going to create constant to hold these URLs and links. So when we move back into our VS Code, we are going to create a new folder inside the source directory called constants. And this constant folder is going to have just one file named index.js. Let me minimize this a little bit. All right. So inside this index.js for the constants, we are going to import a couple of icons from the assets. So the assets folder contains the icons that we have here. So we have the app icon, the ribbon, the screening, the profile, the sound icon, and many others. So we are going to import these icons for the sidebar, right? So starting off, we are going to import the records, the screening icons, the user icon, and the apps icon from assets. So we are able to import these because we created an index file inside the assets folder, which imports all these SVGs and exports them at once. So once we access the assets folder from the index file, we can import every icon or SVG that we want in this way, right? And for the sidebar links, we are going to define an array of navigation links, each with specific properties. So we start by exporting these constant nav links, which is going to be an array containing objects. So we have our objects, curly brackets here, and the first property is going to be the name of the link. So the name is going to be dashboard, followed by the image URL, which is technically the SVG URL, and the navbar is having the SVG icon named app. So we have the app here, and the link for that is just the /. So because it's the home page. So once we are done creating the dashboard, we create another object, give it a name called records, which is going to hold the records, this part over here. And then the image URL is going to be records with the link, which is going to be / medical records. So meaning inside the app.jsx, when we define the route, the path is supposed to be exactly like this one. So we have to have the medical records as the path to be able to navigate to the records page, right? And next, we create our array object, and give it a name of screening. with the image URL, which is going to be screening, and the link is going to be screening-schedules. And finally, the last link is going to be the profile. So we have a name, profile, we have the image URL to be the user, and then we have the link to be profile, right? So we have these constants created and exported, meaning we can use them inside the sidebar. So I'll close this, and then back to the sidebar, we start writing the code. So we are going to import the necessary libraries and assets. So starting with React, from React, and we are going to import the use state, and we are going to import the nav links that we just created. So import, we have the nav links from constants. And we are going to import the sun icon or SVG from assets. When you check this side, we have the sun icon here to toggle between light mode and dark mode, right? So we have that as well. All right, so what we are going to do next is to create an icon component to render each navigation icon in the sidebar. So to create this component, we defined an icon function which is going to accept these props. So the first props is going to be the style, the name, image, URL, the is active to determine the active sidebar or active icon, and we have disabled, and we have a handle click. Inside this component, we are going to return a div, and this div is going to have a dynamic class names for styling the icons. So we create a class name, and then inside this class name, we have the height of this whole sidebar to be 48 pixels. The width should be 48 pixels as well. All right, so pixels px, not pc. And then we have rounded 10 pixels. So we want to round the sidebar by 10 pixels, right? So we are going to create a condition here, and then this condition is going to check whether a link is active. So if a link is active, and then the active link is equal to the name of the link that is being selected, right? Meaning the link is active. So what we are going to do is to give it a different background. So we have background of hashtag 2C2F32, which looks more of a grayish type of background, right? And then we continue with our class. We give it a flex, item center, justify center, and finally we are going to create this variable here for our styles. Styles. All right, so this styles is going to come from the color of this component. So we can provide our own styles and it's going to reflect in this icon component. So that is what we are doing over here. And finally, we handle the onClick, which is going to handle or call the handle click function, this one over here. So inside the div, this is what we are going to do. If a class is not active, what do? We are going to render these, else we are going to render these. So starting from when the class is not active. If the class is not active, we want to render this image, which is going to have the source as the image URL. And then we have an auth. The name of the alternative, if the image doesn't load properly, is going to be the BeatCancer logo. And we give it a class name, height of 6, and then a width of 6. So if the icon is not active, meaning the icon is active, and we want to render an image with a grayscale effect if it is not an active one. So that's what we are doing here. So we import the image component, and then we create a source src here, src props. We pass in the image URL. We give it an alt name of BeatCancer logo. And then we create a class name for that as well. So the class name is going to have a condition check. So first we have a height of 6 and a width of 6. And we check if the icon is active. Icon is active is not equal to the actual name. What we want to do is to turn this icon into grayscale. So we have grayscale. So we render the image with grayscale effect. You will see the effect of this when we import the sidebar inside the app.jsx. So now that we have the icon component created, we are going to create the sidebar component for rendering the sidebar navigation. So we create a constant sidebar equals parenthesis. So inside this sidebar, we are going to use the use navigation hook from React Router DOM. So this navigation hook is going to help us navigate to different side of the pages programmatically. So we create a constant navigate, which is going to be use navigate from React Router DOM. So we have that imported here, React Router DOM, use navigate. And then we create a state for managing the active navigation item. So we create a constant and we check is active, set is active, and it's going to be a use state. So the default is going to be the dashboard navigation item, right? And then inside this sidebar component, we are going to return this div over here. With these class names. So we have a sticky, we want this to stick at the sidebar, and top 5 flex, height 93, view height. So these properties are going to create this effect here, right? So we have this view height here, which is 93, the one we just created. We give it a flex, call, item center, and justify between. So inside this div, we are going to create a link to navigate to the home page. and which happens to be our logo as well. So this link here, this one over here, right? So we import link from React router DOM, and then we specify these props. So the first prop is going to be 2, and then we pass in the URL. So the home directory is just /. So I think the link is just you're going to specify this one prompt and nothing else. So inside the link we have a div, and then we have our logo or the icon. So the div is going to have a class name of rounded 10 pixels, a background of 2C, and then we have 2F32, right? And we create a padding of 2. So we create our icon. The icon is going to be icon heart handshake. So for this project we are using tabular icon, and tabular icon is one of my favorite icons to use in my Next.js React applications. So it contains varieties of icons, and they have icon for any use case. So the icon heart handshake is what we are going to use here, this one over here. So we have that installed when we did the npm installed in the starter file. So to install it or learn how to install it, you can visit their website and then read more about them in the documentation site or section. So we are going to provide a size for this icon. We want the size to be 40, and the color is going to be 1E C070. Just this. And then we are finally going to render the main navigation area for the sidebar, this particular part, this side here. So we have a div with a class name of margin top 12, a flex, a width of 76 pixels, a flex of 1, flex column, item center, and then we provide justify between, and rounded of 20px. Background color should be 1C1C24, right? And then we have a padding Y of 4 pixels. So inside this div we are going to create another div, and that div is going to have the classes to display these icons correctly, right? So we have flex column, because all these icons are displayed in a column form, and item center, justify center, and we have a gap of 3. So we are going to render the nav links, the one we created at the constant page. So remember, these are arrays, and to get every item in this array, we have to iterate over them using a loop. So in this case, we are going to use the map function to loop through all the nav links. So we have nav links.map, and then this link is going to contain all the properties like the name, image, URL, the links, and then for the rest of the items as well. So the first thing we want to do is to call the icon component, the one we created above here, this icon component, and then So we are going to have a key, and we have link dot name to be the key. Alright, so this key is going to make each of the icons unique. And then next, we are going to use the spread operator to pass all the properties of the link. So we spread all the properties like this, and we pass in the current active state. So we have is active, which is going to be is active. Right. So we are going to handle clicks to navigate to the other sections of the application when the user clicks on these icons. So inside the navigation or inside the handle click, we have this function. So anytime this icon is clicked, I want to set the is active to the link.name, and then navigate programmatically to the said URL. So link.link, right? This is going to navigate to the corresponding link. So lastly, we are going to render the sun icon, which is for dark mode and light mode toggle. I didn't implement this feature, so you can try it on your own. So I'll just render it by calling the icon component, having these styles as a props, and the styles is going to be background color of 1C, 1C24, and then we have shadow. We want to apply a little bit of shadow to this, and the shadow is going to be shadow secondary. So we are able to call this shadow secondary because we created that inside the Tailwind config, which we installed from the starter file. So we have that over here. This is our own custom secondary shadow, right? Then we pass in the image URL of the sun SVG. So this one, the one we imported above here. So we have that in place, and finally we are going to render the sidebar component as a default export. So export default sidebar. So we have the sidebar component created. So I think it's time to import it inside the app.jsx to see how it came out. So inside this div where we made the placeholder, I'll get rid of the comment sidebar and import the actual sidebar. So we have that imported. Let's visit the port, this port over here, to see what we have on the screen. And there we go, we have it. So we have the handshake icon here, which is our logo. And we have all these rendered and displayed properly. We are going to build all these pages one after the other. But now let's create the navbar and then move to the other pages. So we are going to create the navbar component, and we will move to the component directory and create a new file named navbar.jsx. So as usual, we are going to import the necessary libraries and components. So we start by importing React from React, and then we start building the other component. So we are going to import the rest of the libraries when we need them. So we create a constant navbar. Alright, so before we create any other thing, let's take notice of this. This navbar is responsive. So when we check the complete project and when we shrink this page, we can see we have this hamburger icons here, and when I click on them, I see this animation, cool animation over here, which displays the icon. So we are going to create the mobile version of this navbar with the icons. But first off, let's start with the desktop view and move to the mobile nav. So we are going to create the search bar component and then this icon here. So we are going to return this div here and create a class name. So this is going to be like the parent div for the navbar. So we create a class name of MB margin bottom 35px. So we have a flex and a flex of column, reverse, flex column reverse, justify between, a gap of 6, MD flex row. So that will be 8 for the main div, and then we create a search bar component, a search bar div instead, a div. So we are going to have a class name of flex, h height of 52 pixels, a mass width 458 pixels, a flex of row, a rounded of 100 pixels. So you want to run this search input, a background of 1C1C24, and a py of 2, padding left 4, padding right 2, and then on a large screen we want the flex to be 1. So we create the input component, and then we have a type of text, and the placeholder is going to be search for records. And this functionality wasn't created in this application, so you can also take that one as a challenge and then build it on your own. So the search and also the dark mode and light mode toggle. So a class name of flex. This is for the input, right? And then we give it a width of full. Background is going to be transparent. The font is going to be epilogue, and the text size I want is as 14 pixels. I want the font to be normal. Text white. Outline none. Placeholder text should have this color. So the color code is 4B 5264. Right, so we have our input components created, and we are going to create a div which is going to hold the search icon. So this icon over here. So this div is going to have a class name of flex, a height of full, the width of this entire div to contain the search icon is going to have 72 pixels of width, and the cursor is supposed to be pointer, item center, justify center, rounded 20px, and the background color of 4 ACD 8D. And finally, we create the image that is going to be the search icon itself. So we are going to have the search icon imported from asset. So inside the asset we have search, right? So we have search, and then the alternative name is going to be search. That is going to show if the image is not loading properly. And finally, give it a class name. Let's give it a class name, height of 15px, a width of 15px. So I'll copy this and paste that, change it to width. And we have object contain. So once we have that implemented, we are going to work on this login and log out button, which is going to be dynamic. So when the user is logged in, it shows log out and vice versa. So we create a div for the button. And we're going to have a class name of hidden. On a small screen, it's going to be hidden, flex row, justify, and gap 2. And then it's going to be shown on the live screen or from a small screen upward. Now, the actual button is going to be a component. So we are going to create our button component inside this component directory. So we create a new folder, a new file named custom button.jsx, right? Now this custom button is going to be very simple. So we import React from React, and then we define the custom button component, which is going to accept the properties of button type, the title, the handle click, and styles. So we create constant custom button, and this is going to have the following props. So we have the button type, btn type, we have the title, we have the handle click, we have the styles, and we are going to return the following. So obviously the button component, we give it a type of btn type, class name is going to have these properties. So we have rounded 10 pixels, px4, font epilogue, we have text to be 16px, the font is supposed to be semi-bold for the button, and we have a leading of 26px. Finally, the text is supposed to be white, and then we are going to have this variable here to spread out all the properties that the user may add in the button component. And we have an on click, which is going to be handle click, this one over here. So what is left is just the title. So we have the title, and then we export the custom button component as a default export. So export default custom button. Now that's being created, we can import it in the navbar. So we just call the custom button and provide the following props. So the first prop is going to be the button type, which is going to be a button. And the title is going to be, so with Privy, after a successful login, you have a Privy hook which contains, so we have authentication, the user object, login, logout, and many more. So we are going to use the authenticated property from the Privy hook to determine whether a user is logged in or logged out. So to do that, we have to import Privy. So we are going to import use Privy from Privy auth, right? From Privy auth, and then we are going to extract this property from the Privy hook. So we have const equals use Privy, and then we are going to extract ready authenticated login user and logout. Right. So we are going to have the authenticated state checked. So if the user is authenticated, we are going to provide them with a login text or title, and then if the user is not authenticated, we are going to provide a login. So we create this check here, logout, else we provide the title of login. And then we are going to have a style. So if the user is logged in, we want to have a purple background, and if the user is logged out, we want to have this green background. So we are going to do just that. So we have styles and then authenticated. We are going to have background of hashtag 1DC071. Else we are going to have a background of 8CF6DFD, right? So now we are going to handle the login and logout functionality. So we create the handle click, we add the handle click props, and then we create this function, handle login logout. So we are yet to create this function. So let's move up at the top here and create that function. So for the handle login and logout, we are going to use the use callback hook. So we create a constant handle login logout, which is going to use callback, and inside here we are going to check if authenticated. If the user is authenticated, we want to render the logout button. So this logout button and login button are available for us after we use the Privy hook here. So we are extracting all these from use Privy hook. So we log out, else we want to log the user in. So we have login. So this login is an async function. So what we want to do in the future is, anytime a user is logged in, we want to fetch the user information from the database. We are yet to create the database, but I'm going to have that as a placeholder, right? I'm going to have that as a placeholder. So we then, that means the user has logged in successfully, and we want to do the following here. So first, we want to check if the user exists. We get this after a user has successfully logged in. So we get this after a user has successfully logged in, right? So we have that, and then we are going to fetch the user from the database. So since we don't have the database functionalities, we are just going to leave it like that, right? We are going to leave it like that, and then what we are going to do next is to have the following. So we have comma, and then we add our dependencies. So the dependencies is going to be authenticated, is going to be login, log out, user, and then fetch user. So as said, we are going to create that and then add it over here. So these are going to be the dependencies for the callback, right? Okay. Seems we are running into an issue here. So I think we have more than required. So I have to get rid of this. Yes. And that will be it, right? So we have to go ahead and test the login functionality. And once the user is logged in, before we fetch the user, let's actually log the user information here and see what is inside the object. So I will save this, and then we are going to import this navbar inside the app component, inside the app.jsx, before later on we come back and create the mobile version of the menu and the logo as well for the navbar. So let's test this out before we create the mobile version for the menu and also the logo for this navbar. So inside the app.jsx, we are going to import navbar. So I think we would have to export it first. So we have export, default, and navbar. We import that over here. We move back to our localhost and check. All right, so we have this rendered. So we have our search and also the login and log out button here, right? So what we are going to do is to test the login and see if we are going to get a result coming from Privy. So inspect and then open my console. Clear everything. Click on login, and it says enter your email to log in or sign up. So I'm just going to type here my email to sign up. We wait for a verification code which will be sent to your email, right? So I'm going to copy that and paste it over here. So I have that pasted here. So let's check and see if we have the user displayed once we logged in. Okay, so let's go ahead and there are a couple of things going on right now. So the log out is supposed to have a background and it look like a button, but we don't have that here, so we have to work on this. So after we are done working on the button, we will display the user information from use Privy hook. So back to the navbar.js. Okay, so we are missing this square bracket here, and yes, we have our logout button here. All right, so we are going to log the user information. So let's just create a console.log here. Name it user information, user info, and then we have the user. Save it back to our app, and then we have the user information here. So it contains things like Apple, which is going to be the information that you get from Apple after you set that as part of your login methods, right? So back on the dashboard, you can select login methods. So I have just email here and external links. So you can extend this to have, any login methods that you want. So when you click on socials, you can toggle on Google, Apple, X, and all these social media logins. And it's going to reflect anytime the user click on the login button. So for simplicity's sake, I'll just leave it as this, right? And we have created at this called an email. So let's take notice of this email. This is going to be an important part later on in the application. And we have ID and the rest of the other property that Privy gives us. All right, so now let's work on the mobile view of the navbar. So now when we shrink it, there is nothing showing here. We don't have the hamburger icon, so we are going to work on that. So back to the navbar page, we are going to create a div for the mobile nav. So we have this div here, and it's going to have a class name of relative flex item center justify between, and we are going to hide this on a large screen. So we are going to recreate the header once we are on the mobile screen. So the first element we are going to create is going to be the logo. So we have a class name of flex and height of 40 pixels. And we have a cursor of pointer. Items is going to be center, justify center. We are going to have rounded 10px, and the background is going to be hashtag 2C2F32. So inside this div, we are going to have our icon hats, hat handshake from tablet icons. So we are going to have icon hats handshake from tablet icons. Handshake, and then we have the size 40, and you're going to provide a color for it, and the color is going to be hashtag 1EC070, and a class name to have a padding of 2 around this background, right? So once we have that, we are going to create an image for the hamburger. So we create the image, and the source is going to be menu from the assets, right? We have menu, and the alternative is going to be menu. We provide them with these class names. We have a height of 34 pixels and width of 34 pixels. We are going to have cursor pointer, and then we are going to have object contain property. So this hamburger is clickable, right? So we add an onClick to it, and this onClick is going to open the drawer and also close the drawer. So we have set toggle drawer, which is going to have a previous state, and we are going to turn this into whatever the opposite of whatever the state is. So if it is true, it's going to be turned into false, and if it is false, it's going to be turned into true. So let's create this set toggle drawer quickly, and then continue with the mobile view. So the drawer is going to be a state. So we have a constant, and the state is going to be toggle drawer, and we have set toggle drawer, and that is going to be useState, and the initial state is going to be false. All right, so move back to the toggle drawer part. So now we are about to create the drawer component itself. So the drop down that is going to display when a user click on the hamburger icon. So we create a div for that, and we give it a class name, absolute, left 0, right 0. The top is going to be 60px, and we have the z to be 10. We have background to be 1c1c24, py of 4, and a shadow of secondary. So we have the shadow, secondary. So inside this class, we are going to have a condition. And the condition is to check if the toggle drawer is open. So we have if the toggle drawer is not opened, this is what we want to do. We want to have this animation here. So we are going to translate in the y-axis. So we have negative translate y, and then we have 100 VH, and else we are going to translate back to the original position of y. So, and after everything, we are going to have transition all, property, and duration of 700 milliseconds. Right? So we have that div implemented, and we are going to create the element for the menu item. So we have class name NB4, margin bottom of 4, and then we are going to import the nav links dot map. The nav links are coming from this constant here, this one. So dot map, and then we loop through all the links and display them. So we have an li component, and it's going to have a key. The key is going to be link.name. We are going to have a class name, flex padding 4, and we have this condition. If the link is active, so we have to create the is active state as well. So we create that beneath the toggle. So we have constant x active, and then we have set is active, which is going to be a use state, and the default is going to be the dashboard. Move back to this side, and then we have equals link.name, and So we are checking if the isActive is the same as the link.name. Then we have this background. We are going to give it this background. And we have the onClick. Which is going to be set the isActive to whatever the link name is. Set toggle drawer to false, because once a user click on the link, we want to make the toggle disappear. And finally, we are going to programmatically navigate to the component that the user clicks on. So we are going to create a navigate hook from useNavigate. So we are going to import useNavigate from React router DOM, and then we create a constant called navigate, and then we use the hook useNavigate from React router DOM. So this is going to help us programmatically navigate to pages, right? So we have that here once a link is clicked. All right, so we save that and then test it in localhost port 5474. So when I try to shrink this into the mobile view, we have the navbar disappeared, which we specified over here. And then we have the hamburger icon. So I can click on this and it shows all these menu over here. So that is being taken care of. So now what is left is to build the home page and then build the rest of the page as well. All right, so before we work on the home page, when we check the app.jsx, so we have this placeholder here, which isn't the home page. So we place this here to test it out. So now we are about to create the actual home page component and then build up from there. So inside the source directory, we are going to create a new folder named pages, right? Which is going to contain all our pages. So from home, onboarding, records, and then the screening page as well. So we are going to start by creating the home page. So we create a new file inside the pages folder and name it home.jsx. And inside this component, we are going to import React as usual from React. And then we are going to import a component which is going to contain all the information that we need to display at the home page. So the name of the component is displayInfo, right? So these informations, these ones over here, right? So we are going to create that folder in a bit. So we have displayInfo from component. So this doesn't exist right now, but we'll be creating it very soon. And then we just, create a constant for our home, and then we return the displayInfo. Export the name or the home component as the default export. So default home. All right, so we will go ahead and create the displayInfo. So we're moving back to the component. We create a new file and name it displayInfo.jsx. All right, so on this page, we are going to import all the necessary modules and components. So what we are going to do is to import React from React first, and then for the rest of the components, we are going to import them when needed. So import React from React, and then we are going to import the rest when needed. So we have a constant displayInfo, which is going to be a functional component. So inside this component, we are going to do a couple of things. And the first thing we are going to do is to create a card to hold all the metrics, all the information. So when we check on this website, we can see these cards over here with the title and the number to indicate the metric, and we have the rest of the card here. So we are going to create this card. So on this very page, we are supposed to get all the user information using the user email and then display all the information of that said user. But since we haven't created the database and the use context, so for now, let's create the state and then move on to create the card component. So we have a state called metrics, and we have set metrics. So this is going to be a use state and an object. So first property for this object is going to be total folders, and we are going to initialize it to 0 for the first start. And we have AI personalized treatment. We are going to set that to 0. We have total screenings. We set that to 0. Completed screenings 0. And we have pending screenings, which is going to be 0. And finally, overdue screenings, which will be 0 as well. So this will be our initial values for our metrics, right? So we have that in place, and we can go ahead and create the card component and import it over here. So inside the component folder, we create a new file named metrics card.tsx, right? And on this page, we are going to import our old React from React, the one we know already. And then we define the metrics card component. So this component is going to receive several props to customize its appearance and behavior. So we have const metrics card, and then the one of the props is going to be the title, which is going to be the title of the metric, so what we have over here. And the second is going to be subtitle. The third is going to be the value of the metrics. We have the icon. And we have on click. Right. So we are going to create the main container for the metrics card, which is going to be a div, and we have a class name of the following properties. So flex of column, rounded, XL, border, background of white, and a shadow of small, right? So we are not done yet. On a dark screen, we are going to make the border neutral 800, and then on the dark mode, we want to render the background with the following color property. So we have 13131A. All right, and inside this div, we are going to have another div, which is going to contain the upper section of the card, containing the title, the value, and also the icon. So that is going to have these class properties. So flex, justify between a gap on the x-axis supposed to be 3. We have a padding of 4 and MD padding of 5. So from a medium screen upwards, we want to render the padding to be 5. So inside this, we are going to create the title for the metrics, right? So we have a div and then a paragraph. So this paragraph is going to render the title. We will style this paragraph with the following properties. So we have a class name, text extra small, we have uppercase, and tracking wide. And the text is going to be neutral 500, right? Neutral 500. So that will be it. So next, we are going to create a container for the value, right? So we create a div for that, and the div is going to have a class name of margin top of 1, a flex, item center, a gap x 2, and then we will have h3 to contain the value, right? So we pass the value here and provide the h3 with these class properties. So we're going to have a class name with the following properties. So we have a text of extra large, and we have a font of medium, and the text is going to be neutral 200. And on a small screen upwards, we want to have the text to be 2 extra large. All right, so we have our div to contain the value, right? So once we have that, we are going to create the icon container. So we create the icon container in another div, and it's going to have a class properties of flex, and the size is going to be 46 px, right? And we have a height of 11 and a width of 11. So for the icon, this icon, so we create this background and also for the icon itself. So we have that, and we want to provide a flex shrink of 0, items to be centered, justify center, rounded, full, and then we give it a background of blue 600 and a text of white. And on the dark mode, we want to give the background with this color code. So we are going to have a hashtag of 1C24, and we have the text to be blue 200, right? So let's get rid of this and then give it a text of blue 200. So inside this div, we are going to have the icon component, which we are going to have this icon passed in as a prop, right? So we have the icon, and the icon is going to have a size of 25, a class name, so we have a text green 500 for that matter. All right, so we just created the icon container as well. So next, we are going to create the lower section of the card, which is going to serve as the clickable link. So this part of the card. So when I click on this, it takes me to a different page, right? So let's create that lower section. It's simply going to be a link. So we create the A tag, and we have our href to be a hashtag, which later on we are going to create pages for all these card and components. So we create an onClick event to handle the onClick. So we are passing the onClick from this prop here, right? And we have a class name of inline flex, item center. We have justify between, because we want to have the justify between for the text and also this icon here. So we have justify between rounded bottom extra large, and we have the border top, and we have border to be gray 200, and we have px4, py3. The text should be small, and then we have a text gray of 600, right? And we have a hover, which is going to be bj of gray 50. We have md px5, and we have the border neutral of 800, border neutral of 800, and we also have a text neutral 400. And when the icon is being hovered on, we're going to have this cool effect here, giving it a background of neutral 800. All right, so we have a repetition of classes here. Okay, so inside the link, we are going to render the subtitle, and then we're going to have the icon, this icon here, the right arrow icon here, which is going to be icon chevron right from the tabular icons. So we have icon chevron right. Okay, so we have that here, and the only thing left is to export this metrics card component as the default export. So export default metrics card. Okay, so we have that, so we can confidently import it inside the displayInfo. Okay, so before we call the card component, the metrics card component, we have to define the data for the metrics card. So we want to put everything here into an array to make the code looks a little bit cleaner and also easy to maintain. So we don't want to see all these metrics card displayed around all over this component. So we want to create a data for each metric card and render them with the metric card component to have a cleaner code and easy to read code. So we are going to create an array of objects. So the array is going to be metrics data, right? Metrics data, and then the first object is going to be the first card. So we provide in these properties, we have the title, the subtitle, the value, icon, and the onClick component, right? So the onClick component, we have it here, and we have the title, the subtitle, and everything that will be needed for the metrics object over here. So we are going to render that as a props to this component. So we start by writing the title, which is going to be the specialist appointment pending. And the subtitle is going to be view. And we have the value to be metrics dot pending screenings, and we have icon, right? The pending screenings that we created here the state, and we have the icon to be the icon hourglass high, which is going to be from or come from the tabular icons React. So the final property for this object is going to be on click. So we have this function which is going to programmatically navigate to the appointment pending page. So as I mentioned, we are not going to create this page, but as an improvement for this application, you have the option or the freedom to do whatever you want. So we have to create this navigate from the React router DOM, right? So we are going to import use navigate from React router DOM, and then we are going to have a constant of navigate which is going to be equal to the use navigate from React router DOM. So we have the navigate here, which we can use over here. So the rest of the card is going to be basically same, right? So I'll copy this and then paste it over here. Change the title to treatment progress update. And we have the subtitle as view, and the value is going to be, we are going to have the value to render a condition, not a condition, but to render, two metrics, right? So we have the metrics dot completed screenings off, and then we have metrics dot total screenings. So this one over here, and then the icon is going to be circle dashed check. So we have icon circle dashed check, and the navigate is going to be progress. So we copy this object, paste it here, and change the name to total folders. The subtitle is going to remain the same, and the value is going to change to metrics dot total folders, and then we are going to navigate to appointment. So this is just going to be folders, right? So we have that, and we are going to copy this, paste it one more time. We're going to change this to total screenings with the same, subtitle. The value is going to be total screenings, and the icon is going to be icon user scan. And the navigate is going to point to screenings. All right, so we have that. We copy it, paste once again, change this to completed screenings. So completed screenings, come on, completed screenings. We have view, and then this is going to be completed screenings, and we have screenings / completed. So these screens can be created by you as a try-on or as an additional section for this, project. We copy it and then paste it again. So we have pending screenings, which we are going to have pending screenings, and the navigation is going to be screenings pending. And finally, we copy it for the last time, which we are going to change the pending screening to overdue. Overdue screening, subtitle view. The value is going to be overdue screenings, and the on-click navigate is going to point towards screenings and then overdue. So we have our metrics card or data created, right? So we are going to return a component. So inside this return, we are going to render two different sets of divs. So we have the one for the upper and then the one for the lower. The upper is having a column of 2, and then this is having a column of 4. So they are two separate divs. So we are going to create a main div, this very div, and then this last div. So we create the main div, which is going to contain the two divs. So we have a class name of flex, flex wrap, and then the gap is supposed to be 26 pixels. Right, and then we have a div for a class name. We have margin top of 7, a grade, a width of full, a gap of 4. And then on a small screen, we want to have a grade, small screen and upward, we want to have a grade column of 2. So all these are for responsiveness. SM, we have a gap of 6. And large, we have a grade calls of 2. So we have the div for the first part of the cards. This particular part, this here. So we are going to loop through the metrics card, the metrics data, and then we are going to slice the first two. The metrics data was designed to include that. So when we check, the first two are basically for this first part here, and the rest are for this grade over here. So we are going to slice the first two items and then loop through them. So the map. So we have the metric itself, and then we are going to call the metrics card component, which we have to pass in a couple of props. So we have the key, metrics, the title, and we spread the rest of the props. So basically we need everything to render inside the metrics card component. So we spread the rest of the props. We create another div for the last part. We give it this class name properties. So we have class name, a margin top of 9px, and we have a grade width of full, gap 4, SM grade calls to SM grade, gap 6 not grade, and then we have LG grade calls 4. So these are for the responsiveness. We are going to render the metrics card. So from that, we have dot slides, and we are going to slice starting from the second index. So what we mean here is to ignore the first element, the first two elements, and use the rest of the elements. So we slice from the second index all the way up to the last element or item on the array. So we loop through that, and we have the metrics, metric. We render this component, metric card component. We are going to have a key, metrics.title, and then we spread the rest of the properties using the spread notation. So triple dots, and then we have the metrics. We save that, and then we export default the display info. So if everything goes on right and we call this display info, which we're already doing, calling the display info in the home page, and when we move back to the app.jsx and change this div here, right, to the home component, we are supposed to see this card. For now, we don't have that over here in our localhost port 5174. But before we do that, I want us to create an index file inside the pages. So we have index.js. So what this index.js file is going to do is to export all the components for us, so that importing them is going to be very simple and easy. So we will first export default as. So we have default as home from the home component, this one, and we are going to do that for the rest of the pages. So like the profile page, the onboarding page, and so on and so forth. So for now we have the home page. The rest are going to be added later on. So let's save that, and back to our app.jsx, we are going to call the home component. So we have this arrow here, and we call the home component from pages. We save that, and if everything works fine, we are supposed to see the component. Alright, so we have an error here which says fails to resolve the import component from the pages home.jsx. So right, we move back to the home.jsx and check the component import. So back to home.jsx, and then okay, so let me just uncomment this and then type displayInfo. Okay, so we have the displayInfo component / displayInfo. We save that, move back to localhost port 5174, and we have our element rendered, right? So everything is working perfectly fine. So when we get to the database part, we will be able to render this information for the logged in user. Okay. So we are going to create the onboarding page and then pick things from there. So we are going to create a new file inside the pages named onboarding.jsx. So inside this page, what we are going to do is to create the onboarding layout. So for context, when we move, this is a production application. When I navigate to the onboarding URL, we see this card here, welcome. We have the username, age, location, and then this get started button. So this is the onboarding page, very simple. To create that, we are going to import React from React, and we are going to create the onboarding component, a functional component, onboarding, and we are going to create a state to hold all the input values. So we have a const for the username, set username, which is going to be a use state from React, and the default is going to be just an empty string. And we have a constant for age, set age, use state, a string, and we have a constant for location, set location, and then we have use state for this, right? It's going to be an empty string. So we can add as much as many input values of your choice. So I just decided to go with these three. Once we have this, we are going to return the actual component. So we have the main div to contain the flex box for centering the content. So we create that div and we give it a class name of the following properties. So flex minimum height screen, item center, justify center, and give it a background color of 13131A. And we create an inner container for the form with the styling. So we create a div, we give that a class name, a width full, max of WMD, rounded XL. We give it a background of 1C24, padding 8, and a shadow large. Right, and then we create the welcome message. So we have H2 and it's going to have the following classes. So inside the H2, to add the emoji on Mac, you press Control Command and then space. This is going to open the emoji modal for you, and then I'll click on this wavy icon here. For Windows, you can move to, I think, emoji picker. When you search for emoji picker, you should be able to search for an emoji and copy it, right? So where is the search? So wave. Okay, so we have to do it manual. So we click on the wave, right? And then you copy that. When we copy it, you can paste it, and then you have your wavy icon. So yes, with that, we create a class name to make it bold. So we give it a margin bottom of 2. We center the text. We give it a text size of 5XL, and the font should be bold, right? So we create the welcome text as well, so which is going to be H2, and we have welcome. Let's get started with the class name MB6, margin bottom of 6, a text center, text 2XL, font bold, and a text of white. So we save that and we create the form element. So we are going to create the form element. So we have the form, form component here, element, the form element, which is going to have an onSubmit event. So we have onSubmit, which we are going to, create a function called handle onboarding later on. So I'll leave it like that, and then later on we will create the handle onboarding. So we are going to create the username input field. We create a div. We give it a class name, margin bottom of 4. And we have a label. And the HTML4 is going to be username. And we have username. And the class name for the label is going to be MB2 block, text small, text gray, 300, right? So we have that, and then we create the actual input element. So we have the input element of type text, and ID is going to be username, right? And we have a value of user, the state that we created, and we have on change. So anytime the user types a keyword into this input field, we want to set the state for the username. So set username on the object property input.target.value. So this is going to be a required field, and we give it a class name with full, rounded, large, background neutral, 900, px4, py3, a text of neutral, 400, and focus, we don't want any outline, so focus outline of none. So we have the username here. So let's save this and then check what we have on the screen. So we are going to export default onboarding back to the index of the pages folder. We export default as onboarding from onboarding. We save that, and back to the app.jsx, we can create a route, copy this route, we place the / and append onboarding, and the element is going to be onboarding. So when I save that and move back to our localhost port 5174 and navigate to the onboarding URL, yes, we are supposed to see this and the username. So we are going to create the rest, so for age and also for location. So back to onboarding. So basically we are going to copy everything from the username and paste it here, change a couple of things. So we have age for the HTML4. This is going to be age, the ID is going to be age, and the value is going to be age, and the set is also going to be set age, and the type here is supposed to be number because the age is just a number. So we have that, and then the class name is basically the same. We have it as a required field, and we are good to go, and copy it. So let's save it and back to the page. We have the age. So finally we copy it and paste the location. So the label is going to be location, the HTML4 is going to be location, the type is going to be text, ID, location. Always make sure the ID here matches the label HTML4, so that when you click on the label, you have the input selected, right? All right, so we do that and change the value to location, set age, change it to set location, and we have everything. So finally, we create the button to submit the information, right? So this is going to be a simple button. We have button element, a type of button, submit. We have this class name over here, and the name or the text for the button is going to be get started. So let's provide these class names. So we have margin top of 4. We have a width of full, rounded, large, background green, 600, a py of 3, font semi-bold. The text is supposed to be white, and when we hover it, we want to have a tint of the green color. So green 700, and when the button is focused, we want to get rid of any outline. So the outline is going to be none, and the focus is going to be rank 2 focus is going to be ring blue 600. All right, we save that, move back, and then we have our component over here. All right, so let's go ahead and create the onSubmit function and try and see if we can submit just the username, age, and location. We are going to create the use context and then create the database schemas for this part to work, or insert this into the database. So back to our Visual Studio Code, we have an onSubmit here, which is going to be handle onboarding. So we copy this and create the function. So constant, paste it, handle onboarding, and async function. We have the E here, which is going to be the event that's going to be triggered when we click on the Get Started button. So by default, this form is going to refresh the page. So you want to prevent that default property. So we use the e.prevent_default. So we access this function on the object we have here, the e object here, or the event object. We are just going to log these informations, the username, the age, and the location when we click on the Get Started. But later on, we are going to insert the user information into our database. So we have that, created. Right click, select inspect, move to console, get rid of everything, and then let's type something here. So username, age 99, location USA. Click on Get Started, and we have our information displayed in the console. So we have the function working correctly, right? So now I think it's time to set up the database so that we can insert the user information into the database and also render a check to see if this is the first time the user is logging in. So we render this onboarding page, right? So let's create the database schemas. So before we create our database configuration files and then the schemas, let's learn a little bit about the database that we are going to use for this project. Alright, so this is the documentation website for Drizzle, and the link will be placed in the description as usual. So Drizzle is a modern lightweight object relational mappings. So that is the full meaning of the ORM. It's a library designed to simplify database interactions in JavaScript application, right? So these are some of the key features for Drizzle ORM. It has a schema definitions, which we will demonstrate later on and see how it works. It has the ability to perform query binding. It's having a migration support for managing database migrations, and so on and so forth. So you can read more about it on their documentation website, and check them out on YouTube as well. So when you click on the Drizzle kit, it's going to show you how to install and use this Drizzle ORM. So for this project, we are going to use Postgres, right? So you can copy this and then install it over here. But if you started this project with me from the starter file, we have already installed that by running the npm install, right? So you have that, and then you define your schema types. You have your drizzle.config.js, which we are going to create in a second. And then you have all these other information that you can learn. So you can check this link out and then read more about Drizzle ORM. So let's get back to Visual Studio Code, and inside our root directory, we are going to create a new file named drizzle.config.js. All right. So this is going to hold the configuration for our entire database. So we export default, and then we start by specifying the dialect. So we are going to use PostgreSQL for this project. So the dialect is going to be PostgreSQL, and the schema is going to be so this is going to define the path to the schema that we'll be creating for this database. So it will be found in the source, utils, and schema.jsx. We don't have this yet, so we'll create that right after creating the config file. So we have out, and this is going to be the output directory for the generated files related to the database schema. So we have drizzle, just like that, drizzle. And we have the database credentials. So we have db credentials, which is an object, and it's have the property of URL, the database URL, and the connection string, right? So to get the URL and the connection string, we are going to open our Neon dashboard. So when we search for Neon, console.neon.tech, I already have a project created. So to get access to this dashboard, you have to sign up, right? And after you are done signing up, then you create a project, right? So when I click on this dashboard, right, and select database, I can click on create new database to create a database. So let's name this database BeatCancer and click on create. So once the database is created, you have to make sure you are on the right database. So I'll select this database, and we have this connection string. So this is going to be the string that is going to be copied here and connect us to this dashboard to see our database in real time. Okay, so I'll copy all that, copy snippet, paste it over here, and paste it over here. So ideally, these are supposed to be inside a .environment file, so make sure you do that. But for this tutorial sake, I'll just leave it like this, and then work with it. Okay, so we have our DB credentials set and set up. So next, we are going to create a schema for the user and also the records, right? So when I specified the schema directory, I said it was going to be inside utils schema.jsx. So inside the source directory, I'll create a new folder named utils and create schema.jsx. So these are going to be the schemas for our database. We start by importing SQL from Drizzle ORM. So we import SQL from Drizzle ORM, and then we are going to import the following from Drizzle ORM PG call. So from Drizzle ORM /PG call, we want to import integer, which is going to help us create an integer type, and we have a variable character. We have PG table, serial, and text. Okay. So we are going to start by creating the user schema. Okay. So we define the schema for the users table. We export constant users, and then we have PG table. So this is going to create a table, and then we have users as the name of the table, And we are going to have an ID, which is going to be a serial primary key. So we have ID serial ID dot primary key. And we are going to have a username, which is going to be a variable character and cannot be a null. So we have username, variable character, and the name of the field is going to be username dot not null. Okay. We have age, which is going to be an integer and also not null as well. So we have age not null. And we have location, which is going to be a variable character, location, and we don't want this to be null as well, so we use the not null. And then we have the created by, which is going to be a variable character, right? So created by, and we don't want that to be null. Okay. So that is going to be the schema for the user. So we are going to create the schema for the records as well. So we are going to export constant records and PG table records. We have ID, which is going to be serial ID primary key, and we have a user ID. So what we want to do is to store the user ID inside the records, right? So a user may have many records. So we store the ID of the user inside the records to be able to identify which record is for which user. Okay, so we create that, and it's going to be an integer from the user underscore ID. And so we are going to reference from user.id. So the users.id, this particular one, this object here, and this ID. So that is where the reference is going to be. Okay. So we have our reference, and then we don't want this to be null, so we add not null. So we have the record name, which is going to be like the folder name. Okay, the record name, a variable character with a name, record name, and not null. Analysis result, we want to store that analysis result after the AI has generated something for us. So we have analysis results, which is going to be a variable character of analysis results, and we don't want that to be null as well. And then the Kanban records, okay, a variable character, and we don't want that to be null as well. So I think one of these days I will create a separate tutorials on Drizzle ORM to cover it extensively and into details, right? So then we have created by, which is going to be a variable character, and created by not null. So this is going to hold the email of the user. Okay. All right. So I think this is okay. One final piece, we are going to create dbConfig file inside the utils. So we have dbConfig.js, and inside this utils, inside this file, we are going to import neon from neon database serverless, and we are going to import Drizzle. Okay, so we are going to import Drizzle from Drizzle ORM / neon HTTP. Okay, so we have that, and we are also going to import everything from the schema using the star icon or character. Okay, so we have that imported, and we create a constant named SQL, which is going to hold the connection that is going to link this database to the neon console that we created here. So we copy the URL again and paste it inside the neon object. So as I mentioned, this is supposed to be inside a .env environment, but for this tutorials, I'll just paste it in here just like that. So we are going to initialize Drizzle with the database connection and the schema. So we are going to write export const db Drizzle, then we pass in SQL, this connection here, variable here, and the schema. Okay, so what this is going to do is to set up the Drizzle to interact with the database using the defined schema. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so we are going to push this schema to our neon console. Okay, so to do that, you have to add the following here. You have to add this to the script, and if you started with me from the starter file, you will see this in your package.json file already. But if you don't have them, just write this command. So I'll run npm run db push, and this is supposed to push the schema to the neon console. Okay, so I'll run that. We have pulling schema for databases. Okay, so let's check our neon console. I'll move back to tables. And there we have it. So this is the database that we created. So we have our records and the user push to the neon console. So these are the schemas that we created. So we have the records over here as well, and everything is working as expected. Okay, so next we are going to create our context page for holding all the state. So this context is going to contain the database state, like all the user records, and so any information coming from the database and also writing to the database. So we have that schema as a global state, and we pass them down to every component and call them over there. Okay, so we are going to create a new folder inside the source directory, and then we name it context. Okay, we create a new file, index.jsx. So this is going to contain all the functions that we will be using to interact with the database and every data that we will be needing from the database. Okay, so we are going to import all the necessary modules and functions. So starting with the hook to manage the state and the side effects. So we import React from React, and then we import the following hooks. Okay, so we are going to create context, use context. We are going to have use state, use callback from React, right? And then we are going to import the database configuration that we exported in the dbConfig. So this one here. So we have db imported from dbConfig, and we are also going to import the two schemas that we created, the user and the records. Okay, so we import users and then records. So we are going to import the EQ function from Drizzle ORM to create equality conditions. Okay, we import EQ from Drizzle ORM, and then we create a context for the state management. So const state context equals create context. So we are going to create a provider component that will wrap the application and provide the state. Okay, so we export constant state context provider. Okay, so we pass in children as a props, and then we start writing the code. So we are going to create a state to store the users coming in from the database. So we have constant users and set users. Use state, and the default is going to be an array. And then we create a state to store the records. Okay, so we have constant records, and then set records, which is going to be use state and an empty array. Okay, we also have a state for the current user. Okay, so current user, set current user, use state, and by default that is going to be now. So after we have created all these states, we will create a function to fetch all the users from the database. So constant fetch users, we are going to use the callback function, async so we are going to use the try catch block here, and then we create a constant result equals await db.select from then the schema users dot execute. So all we are saying here is to get all the user records from the users. So what we are saying here is to get all the users from the user record. So select everything from the user record and execute it. Okay, so to learn more about how to use this function, you can head back to the Drizzle ORM documentation website and then have a look at it over there. Okay, and then we set the users to whatever result that's going to come from the database. Since we don't have any user yet, it's going to be an empty array. And if there is any error, we want to log it to the console so that you'll be able to debug it correctly. So we log this error fetching users, and we pass in the error. So that will be it for the fetch users. And then we want to add this as an empty dependency for the callback. So now we are going to create a function to fetch a user details by email. So that function will be very important when we want to get hold of all the records created by a user. Okay, every single record created by a user. This idea. So we have a constant fetch user by email. We are going to use callback, and this is going to be an async function. going to be the parameter. So coming from whatever component is calling this function. So email, which accepts an email. And result equals, we await db.select everything from the user collections, where the user email is the same as the email that we are passing in from this function. Okay, so to check if two variables are the same, we use the eq function, the one we imported here, eq. Okay, so we have eq, and we pass in users.createdBy. That is going to contain the email, and then we pass in the email. So once we do that, we check if the result.length is greater than 0, meaning we have something coming from the database. If that is the case, we want to set the current user to the result and get access of the first item in the result. Anything other than that, we are going to log an error. So let's put this in a try-catch block. And we have log console.error. We have error fetching user by email. And we have the error here. So this is going to have an empty array as a dependent as well. All right, so next we are going to create a function to create a user. Okay, so constant create user, which is going to be use callback async, and we pass in the user data. As a parameter, and we are going to write the following logic. Okay, so we have the try catch block, which is going to we are going to log any error that may happen if we fail to create the user. So console.error, and the string for this error is going to be error creating user, and passing the error object. So inside the try block, we want to create a constant named new user. So we have await db.insert into users collection dot values. So these values are going to be the one coming from this argument, user data. So anywhere we are calling this function, those data are going to be passed as a values for the user collection. And we add dot returning and dot execute. We save that, and then we update the user state with the new user. So we have set users, and the previous states, the previous users are going to be appended to the new one. So we have previous users and we have the new user as well. All right. Okay, so we have to use parentheses here, and we are good to go. So we add an empty array as a dependency for this callback. So after we are done logging the error, we want to return null. So now we are done with everything user. So let's move to the records. So let's create more room here and create a constant to fetch the records. So constant fetch user records. Use callback. Async. We have the user email. We have a try catch block here. So inside the try catch, we are going to create a constant result await db.select from records. So we have from records dot where we use the EQ to check. So we want to check wherever the record dot created by is the same as the user email, which is basically similar to the fetch user by email. So that is the same thing that we are doing over here. All right, so there is a mistake here. Users, okay. So we have that, and what else? So we have to execute it. And then we set records to the result. So we update the record state with the fetch records. And we are going to log this error here. Error fetching user records. We pass the error. So we provide an empty dependency as well. So we are going to create a function to create a record. So we have used callback, and this is going to be an async function, and we are going to pass record data as an argument. So we have the function skeleton created. And inside this function, we have the try catch block, and we insert the new record into the records table. So new record equals await db.insert records dot values is going to be, so guess what the values is going to be from this argument. So wherever we are calling this function, we provide the record data and it is going to be inserted into the database. So we have that record, we add the returning and dot execute. So inside the returning, we are going to return the record.id. So we update the record state with the new record. So set record, we have previous records. We spread the previous records and append the new record that we just created, that the function just created, and return new record over here. So we are going to log any error that we may catch, and this is going to be error creating records. We provide the error here and return null. empty array dependencies as well. So the final function that we are going to create is the update record. Okay, so we create a constant update record equals use callback, and we have async. Here we pass in the record data that we want to update. Provide a try catch block, and inside this try catch block we create a constant. So we create a constant to extract the document ID from the record data and the rest as date to update. So we have document ID and then the rest to date to update. From the record data. So we are going to create this constant to hold the records that we are going to update in the records table. So update records equals await db.insert. So this is going to be an update, not insert.update. Then we provide the name of the schema, so record schema dot set. We have date to update. Data to update. So this is data to update, not date to update. So data to update, and we want to update wherever EQ, wherever the records ID is equal to the document ID from the record data. All right. So we add dot returning and then we update the record state with the updated records. So we have set records, we have the previous records, dot map. We loop through every single record. So we have record, and we want to check wherever record ID is equal to document dot, wherever record ID equals document, we make a condition, we update records at the first index, or we update the record. So we have console dot error updating record, and then we provide the error object here and return null. So we provide an empty array as a dependency for this as well. Okay, so we have to provide the state and functions to the rest of the application. So we return, and we are going to have state context.provider. Okay. And then this state context.provider is going to have a value of objects that we are going to pass down to every component. So we have users, records, basically everything that we created on this page. So fetch users, fetch user by email, create user, fetch user records, create record, and current user. We also have update record, and insert the children here. So this is going to pass down to every single component once we add it to the app.jsx. All right, so we have our use context created. So the final thing we are going to do is to create a custom hook to use this context. So we have export const and use state context. Okay, and we have use context. We pass in the state context, and with that we are done creating our state context. So we can call that or wrap that around the app.jsx and then have it down to all the components in this application. All right, so we move to the main.jsx file, and we are going to wrap the app around state context provider. And once we have this, it will provide our global state to all the components. So now we have the database functions created, and we are going straight to the onboarding page to create our new user and see if it will be inserted into the database. So we have our database functions created. So we will move to the onboarding page, and then inside this handle onboarding, we are going to configure this component to make use of the create user coming in from the use context. All right. So the first thing we have to do is to call the use state context from the context. So we do that by importing use state context. So we import use state context from the context, and then we create a constant over here, a constant here, which we are going to distract some functions from the use state context. So we are going to distract the create user function from the state context. So we have create user, okay. And inside the handle onboarding function, so we are going to create a user object with the form input and additional properties. So constant user data, and we have the username, which is going to come from this state here, and we have age. So the age is going to be a string, so we have to pass it using the parseInt function, inbuilt function by JavaScript, and pass in age, and then we convert this into an integer. And we have location, which is going to come from the location here, and we have created by, which is going to come from user.email.address. So you ask, where from this user.email.address? Remember when I said with Privy, we can use the use Privy hook and then distract the user object. So we have to do that by importing the Privy, the use Privy hook from Privy, and create a constant equals use Privy. So we are going to distract the user object from the Privy authentication. So we have user. So when I console.log this user, we can have a look at what the object entails. So back to our localhost port 5174. We have the user logged here, line 13. So we have it here. And this user object contains various properties. So we have Apple, created at Discord, and so on and so forth. What we are interested in right now is the email. So we have the email object, and then inside the email object, we have the address. So that is where the user.email.address is coming from. Okay. So we have that, and we can create a constant to hold the new user. And we await. Since the create user is an async function, we use the await, and then we create a user. We pass down the user data into the create user function. So when we check the context file over here, open the context folder, click on index, we have the create user, which accepts user data, okay? And that data is what we are passing in from this user object. So we are going to log the new user once we create it. Let's move back to our code, and then we log the new user after we create it. I will refresh this page and then create a username. So test username, age 88, and location India. So I'm going to click on the get started button to see if this user is going to be created. So we don't have any error on the console for now. So let's check our Neon console dashboard. Click on the user and see, okay, so we have the new user inserted. So we have the ID 1, username test, user, age 88, location India, and then the email of the user. So from that, we are able to insert a new user. So there are a couple of things that we have to do on the onboarding page before we leave that page. So when a new user is created, we want to move the user to the profile page. Okay. So if new user, we want to navigate to the profile page. So navigate. Okay, we don't have navigate here, so we have to call the use navigate hook from React router DOM and create a variable constant called navigate, cause use navigate, and then we can use navigate here to the profile page. So we are going to create this profile page later on in this tutorial. Alright, so I think everything that we needed to do on this onboarding page has been done. So next, we are going to create a use effect inside the app.jsx to handle the side effects related to authentication and onboarding. So inside this use effect, we are going to have a couple of checks. Like if the app is ready but not authenticated, we are going to trigger the login function and many other checks. Alright, so before we create the use effect, I want us to import these values from our custom context and also from Privy. So we are going to create a constant which is going to make use of the use state context. So we type that here and it gets imported automatically. And the only thing we are going to require here is going to be the current user. So we are going to distract the current user from the use context API. And right from there, we are going to distract the following from Privy. So we have use Privy hook here. And so we have this object from Privy hook, which is user. We have authenticated ready, and log in. So once we have these two created, we are going to create the use effect. So we have use effect, and within the use effect, we are going to check if the app is ready but not authenticated, and then we trigger the login function. So we have if ready from the Privy hook and not authenticated. Alright, not authenticated. We want to trigger the login. So we have login. So we are going to check if the user is logged in but not onboarded. Then we are going to navigate to the onboarding page. So we have user and we are going to check not current user. We are going to navigate to onboarding. So we don't have the navigate created over here. So we create constant navigate, and then we have the use navigate. So we can use the navigate here to programmatically navigate to the onboarding page by using the use navigate hook from React router DOM. So the use effect is going to have these dependencies. So we have user, anytime the user changes, we want to trigger this authenticated, ready, log in, the current user, and navigate. So anytime the navigate changes, we want to re-render this check so that we direct or send the user to the appropriate page if he hasn't been onboarded already. So we have that, and then we are going to save this. So with this, I think the check-in is in place. So right now, what we are going to do is to clear the user from the database and try and see if we are going to be sent to the onboarding page for a fresh user. So let's enter an email. Okay, I think there is a problem here. So anytime we enter an email, the page gets refreshed. So meaning we don't get to see the page that is going to render for us to enter our PIN to be able to sign up. So the main reason is we are having way lots of dependencies in the use effects here. So we have to start to get rid of as many as we can. So we are going to get rid of the user authenticated, and then let's see how it goes. And we are also going to get rid of the login. So let's save this and then move back, refresh the page, enter an email, and then we have the confirmation page. So I'll copy that and then paste it over here. So we are being signed up and sent to the onboarding page. So the user can enter his or her information here, click on the get started button, and they will be onboarded right away. So we have the onboarding page working fine, and we have the check-ins also in place. So I would like us to create a skeleton for the profile page. Then we move ahead to create the record page. So this page over here, to be able to create a new record and then navigate to different pages. So let's create the user profile page, the skeleton for the user profile page, and I will leave the rest as a try-on to render the username, the age, the location, and any other information that was collected here to be displayed on that page. So test user, age 88 or 99, location India, and click on get started. So let's move back, refresh this page, and we have our user created. Okay, so we are going to move from this page and create the profile page. So inside pages, I will create a new file and name it profile.jsx. And this is going to be a functional component to display user profile, just user profile. So I will import React and then create a constant for profile and return a div that contains user profile. So we export the page, export default profile, and we call it here. So we export it here, default as profile from profile. So we can create that route profile and pass in the profile component. So profile, and then we save that and then refresh this page. When we click on the profile, we see the user profile, exactly like the div that we returned over here. So we can build this page to display information about the user and any other thing that you want to do here. So let's go ahead and create the records page. So we are going to create a folder inside the pages folder named records to have the records information to contain the records pages. So we have records, which is going to have an additional folder named components. So these records pages have their own components, and then we create index.jsx and create single record details.jsx. So this is going to be the page after a user has clicked on a record. So for example, in the completed project, when a user click on a record, so let's log in. So when I click on this record, it takes me to this page here. So that is going to be the single record details page. So let's focus on creating the index page, which is just going to be this button here and display all the card or the records over here. So we are going to import React from React. And we are going to need these hooks, the use state and the use effects from React. So once we have this, we are going to create a constant for index. This is a functional component, and we are going to return the following. This page is going to contain a lot of functions, which we are going to add in one after the other. So I'll create a div, and this div is going to have a class name with the following properties. So flex wrap gap from 26px, and inside this main div we are going to have just two components, the button and also the section where we will be displaying the cards, the create modal, the record cards. So we will start with the button, and we will create the button by using the button element, and then we give it these props. So we have a type button, a class name, and we have an onClick, which is going to trigger this button anytime we click it. So the name of this function is going to be handle open modal, because when a user click on this button, we trigger a modal for the user to enter the record name and then create the record. Okay. So we have that, which we will be creating in a bit. So margin top 6, inline flex, and we have item center, a gap of X, 2, rounded full, and we give it a border, and the border color is going to be neutral 700, and we have a background. We provide the background color 13131A, px4, we have py2, text small, we have font to be medium, and the text is supposed to be white, and we have a shadow on the button. So the shadow is going to be small, SM. And anytime you hover on this button, we want to change the background to neutral 800. So the button is having two items. So we have an icon and also the text on the button. So we have two elements in the button. So we have the icon and the text of the button. So we have icon circle plus is going to be the icon. We will import from Tabular Icons React, and then the name is going to be create record. The name is going to be create record. So we have that. We can export default the index. So export default index. Index. Okay. Okay, so with this we can move back to the app.jsx and then add a URL and add a route to navigate to this page, index page, and see if we can see the button over there. So back to app.jsx. So before we create the route, let's import the component. So we will import it over here. Import import medical records from pages, records, and index. And we will create the route over here. I'll copy this, paste it, and change the path to medical records, and the element is going to be medical record, the one we imported over here. So let's save this and then move back to our local host and check what we can see on the browser. Okay, so this is our local host. So we are going to click on this to open the medical record page. So when we click on this, we get an error. So let's check the console and see what is going on here. It says reference error, handle open modal is not defined. Remember, we left this function here, handle open modal, which we didn't create. So I'll just get rid of it, and so let me comment it out and duplicate it, uncomment this, and then make this an empty function. Move back And there we go. We have the create record button over here. So we can now go ahead and create the card here, which is going to be displayed anytime the user click on this create record, and also the modal that is going to pop up when the create record is being clicked. So back to index.jsx, from the records page, we create a div, and then we give it a class name of grade, a width of full. This section is going to hold the user records, going to display the user records. So we have sm grade calls to sm grade gap 6, and we have large, and we have grade calls 4. So inside this div, we are going to render the record card. So we have to create a component for that, and then we render it over here. Okay. So inside the component folder, we are going to create a new file named recordcard.jsx. And inside this record card, we are going to import React from React, and then we create a constant record card, which is going to have props, the record data props, and also the on navigate prop. So we have record and then the on navigate. So we return a div and then give it the following class name. So we have flex column, rounded XL, border, shadow small, and border neutral 800, a background color of 1313A. We provide that, and we create the rest of the elements inside the div. So we are going to create a div for the top section of the card. So we create a div here, and give it a class name of flex justify between, and we give it a gap x 3, padding 4, and we have mdp 5, padding of 5, and we create a div for the icon to represent the folder. So we have a div here with a class name flex, height of 11, width of same, and flex strength 0, and item center, justify center, rounded full, test blue 200, and then we create icon folder. So we are getting this icon from Tabla React icons. So icon folder, we give it a size of 70 and a class name of test green 500. So we have that created. So finally, we are going to create a clickable area to navigate to the record details. So we have A here, which is a link, and which is going to have an on-click event. So we have on click, and we have on navigate. We pass in the record name, and then we give it this class name. We have the inline flex, cursor pointer, item center. We have the justify between, a rounded of B bottom XL, and we give it a border of T, border top, and then we have a border color of gray 200, PX of 4, PY of 3, text small, and then we are going to have a text color of gray 600. We have the MD PX 5, a border of neutral 800, neutral 800. We create a text. So let's get rid of this border here. And then when this is hovered on, we want to change the background to neutral 800. So that is why we have here. So let's change the text to neutral 400. So text is going to be neutral 400. Okay. And within this tag, we are going to create or display the name of the record. So it's going to be record.record name. So we are going to get this record name from the database. We are going to get this record name from the database. So we have record name, and then finally the icon, chevron app icon. So icon, chevron right. Chevron right icon. So we have that, and we can save this component, and we are going to export the record card component to be used in other parts of the application. So export default record card. So we have that, and inside the records we can call the record card. So you have record card here, which accepts the following props. So we'll get back to this record card. So before we create the record card, I want us to create the modal component, and then the functions to insert a new record before we display the records. I think that makes sense. So we are going to create a modal component. So inside the component, we are going to create a modal. So a modal.jsx. So we are going to also create this file here named create record modal. So create record modal.jsx. So inside this modal, we are going to import React from React. So we are going to create a constant for modal, which is going to have these props. So this is going to be a reusable modal. So we provide these props to it. So the first prop is going to be title, and we have the children. We have the is open, on close, on action. We have the action label, and then we do a check here. We check if there is open. we check if not is open, we are going to return null. So if it's not open, we are going to return null. And then we return anything other than that. We are going to return this element here. So I am not going to type the model out. I'll copy it and paste it here and give a brief explanation to it. So this is the model. We render the title. We have the action labels, the on close event to close the modal when opened. This is going to be the general modal that we are going to use on this page. So the create record modal is going to depend on this modal component to work or to function. So let's export that default modal. Modal, not model. On close. Okay. So inside the create record modal, we are going to import React from React and the use state hook. We are also going to import the modal from modal, this very one here, and we create the create record modal component. So we are going to define this modal component to accept the following props. So constant create record modal, and then we have the is open prop, on close, and on create. So we are going to create a constant to hold this folder name. So constant folder name, and then set folder name, which is going to be a use state. So we have that. We are going to create the function to handle the creation of this folder. So constant handle create, and then we are going to call the onCreate function we are going to get from this index page, which I said we will be creating very soon. And we also want to set the folder name to an empty string so that we don't keep the folder name in the state. So we have that. We can return this component. So we are going to return the modal component with the following props. So we give it a title of create record. So this is a reusable model, and we are going to use it in other pages of this project. So we have is open, which is going to be the state of is open, and we have on close, which is also going to be on close from the props that we are going to get from the index.jsx of the record page. And we have on action, which is going to be the handle create, and we have the action label, which is going to be create folder. Okay, so within this modal, we are going to create a container for the input field. So we have a div, and we give it a class name of grade and a gap of y4. We create another div. We add the label, which is going to be record name, and the 4 is going to be folder name, HTML4 folder name, and we give this label a class name of margin bottom of 2, a block, a text small, and a text of white. So we have that, and we are going to create this div to have the actual input, the actual folder name, or the actual input field for the folder name. So we are going to create a div to contain the actual input field for the folder name. So we are going to have a div, a class name, relative, and we have input element, and the type is going to be text. So we have, let's get rid of all these, and let's add a value prop, which is going to be the folder name. We have onChange, which is going to set the folder name e.target.value. So when the input field changes, it's going to have this object, and we are going to access the value of the input inside the target.value property of this whole event object. And we are going to make this a required field once the modal is opened, and we're going to have these class names. So I'll copy those class names and then paste them over here for the input field. So we have the input created. We have to export this to be used in other parts of the application. So we click on export, default, create record modal. So we have that. Alright, so we have that, and we move back to the index. Remember, we have a couple of props to add to the record card, but back to the index, we are going to call the create record modal here, and then we are going to pass in its open, which is going to be its modal open. We don't have that yet. We are going to create it. We have onClose, which is going to be handle close modal, and we have onCreate, which is going to be create folder. So we don't have all these in place, but we are going to create them in some few seconds. So back to the onClick function of the create modal, create record. So we are going to call the handle open modal function. So we call that one here and create these functions. Okay. First of all, we are going to use the use navigation hook over here because we will be navigating to pages in this component. So navigate equals use navigate. And then we are going to distract the user object from Privy. So use Privy because we'll be needing that in order to create the record. So we have the user object distracted. So the next thing we are going to do is to distract the state and functions from the custom context that we created. So we have const, which we are going to use the state context and distract the following. So we are going to distract the record. We are going to distract the fetch user records, the create records. We have the fetch user by email. And we have the current user. So once we have this, we're also going to create a state to manage the user records. So we have a constant, which is going to be the user records, set user record, which is going to be a use state with a default value as an empty array. And we create a state for the modal. So we have is open modal, is modal open, and then we have set is modal open, which is going to be a use state with a default value of false. So next, we are going to create a use effect to fetch the user details and records when the user changes. So on this page, we are not just only creating the records, but also fetching the records from the user. So we are going to create a use effect to fetch the user details and records when the user changes. So any user that logs in will have to refresh this page and then provide them with their respective folders or records. So we create a use effect. And then we have a check if user so we are getting this user from Privy Authentication. They use Privy hook that we called here. So if user, we want to fetch user by email. So we have user.email.address. Remember, we have that object in the Privy user object. And then we have fetch user records, which is going to be user.email.address. So we are fetching both the user by email and also the user by records. And the dependencies are going to be when we have a new user or when we get a new record coming from the fetch user by email and fetch user records. So those are going to be our dependencies. So we are going to create a use effect that is going to store the records locally, right? So this is going to update the local state and the local storage when the record changes. So we have use effects. And then inside this use effect, we have set user records, which is going to be records coming from the use context hook. And then we want to set the local storage. So local storage.set item, and we have user records. JSON.stringify. We have to stringify that records, and then the dependencies are going to be records. So we want to have this stored in the local storage to serve as some sort of local cache to prevent the application from fetching the user record anytime from the database. So we are going to create a function to open the create record modal. So we have a constant handle open modal, and then this is going to be set is modal. We are going to set the is modal state to true, and create a function to close the modal, which is going to be the opposite of opening the modal. So we have set is modal to false. So let's create the function to create a new folder or record. So we create a constant and name the function create folder, which is going to be an async function. We pass in the folder name as an argument, and then we open a try catch block. So inside the try catch, we want to check if the current user exists, and if the user exists, we are going to create a new record. So we are going to await create record, So we have create record and not create records. So we have to get the name right before this is going to work. So in the use state, we have create record. When we check the context, we only have create record and not create records. So we have to take note of that in order to prevent or get ourselves into any sort of errors. So we have that create record, and then it's going to have an object. So it's accept. So the create record function inside the context is looking for a user ID, which we are going to get from the current user.id, and the record name, which is going to come from the folder name that we are going to pass in as an argument. And we have the analysis results. So basically, these are the fields that we are expected to fill inside the database. So we can't leave them blank because they are not a null field. So we have to either replace them with empty string or maybe write in a text. So we have the Kanban records, and we have the created by. So we have the user.email.address. So we are getting this from the user object from use Privy. And then we check if there is a new record. We want to do the following. We want to fetch user by records and pass in the user.email.address. So once we get that records, we are going to handle or close the modal. So we call the handle close modal. And inside the catch, we just log the error and handle close the modal. So handle close modal. So finally, the function we are going to create is a navigate function, which is going to navigate to the details page of a selected record. So we have const handle navigate name, and then we create a constant to filter the records and find the selected one. So we are going to filter all the records. So filtered records equals user record dot filter, because that is going to be an array, dot filter so we have record, and we want to filter wherever the record dot record name is the same as the card or the folder that we clicked on. So we have the name, which is going to be passed in from this argument. Okay, so we get the name passed in to make the check. So once we have that filtered records, we are going to navigate to the medical records page on with the object with the name of the folder. So this route is going to be created. Okay, this route is going to be created. So we have that, and then we add this object, which is going to be the whole record that we are getting from the filtered user records. So we have that, and we save it. We save that. So we are going to move back to this side here, and loop through whatever is coming from the database and display them over here. Okay, so we have the user records dot map, we have the record, and we are going to, for each iteration, we are going to render the record card, and we pass in the key, which is going to be record.record name, and we have record, which is going to be record. We also have the onNavigate function, which is going to be the handle navigate function. All right. So I think it's time to test this page out to see if you'll be able to create a folder and list them over here in this div here. So this function is not supposed to be handle close modal, it's supposed to be handle open modal. So I think it was an oversight. So we have that in place now. I just copied it and pasted it over here. So let's try everything out. So we click on create record and enter a name here. So test record. Click on create folder, and boom, we have the record created. So this is looking amazing and we are on the right track. So we can create a couple of folder. So let's say test2, create it, and we have it over here. So the create record is working perfectly fine. So the next thing we are going to do is to work on the single page for the records, where the user will be able to upload their medical records and send it over to the AI for analysis. So for that, we will get back to the single record page and start working on it. All right, so we are going to import React from React. So we import React from React. So this component contains most of the functions that we will be writing to make a communication to the Gemini AI to analyze the patient record. So we start by creating the component single record details. So we have that here, and we are going to return the following. So we have a parent div that is going to wrap around all the elements that we will be writing in this component. So we have a div with a class name. It's going to be flex wrap. We have a gap of 26 pixels, and within this div we are going to create a button. So when we check the completed website, we have on the details page, when I click on this folder, it's going to take me to the medical records details page. So clicking on it, so we can see we have an upload report button here and also a record details section. When we scroll down, we have this section to contain the analyzed results from the AI, and we have a button here that says view treatment plan in the Kanban board. So we are going to start with this button and the record details header. Then we move to this section here before we create the upload modal for uploading the results. Okay, so starting with the upload report, we can create a button. So we create a button element, and we have the following props for the button. So the type is going to be a button. So we have type button, and we have the onClick event, which is going to handle open modal. So as usual, we don't have this function yet. We are going to create it later on. So I'll comment this out and duplicate it and make it an empty function. So we have that, and we are going to provide some class names for this button. The class names are a little bit lengthy, so I'll go ahead and copy it and paste them over here. So you can find these classes inside the complete project in the GitHub repo. So we have the classes for the file, for the button, and we are going to create two elements inside this button component or element. The first is going to be the upload file icon, and then the text that says upload report. So this one over here. So we call the icon file upload, and then we write upload report as a text. All right. So we have our button implemented. So the modal is going to be here, but since we haven't created that one yet, we are going to replace it with a comment that says file upload modal. So I think we should export default this component and test it out. So I'll type export default single record details, and then we are going to test this out. So alright, so we save this and then head to the app.jsx to define a route for this component. So inside the route component, we have route, and then this route contains path and element that is going to be rendered as soon as the user hits this path or URL. So the record details is going to have a similar fashion. So we will copy everything from medical records and then append the following to the URL or the path. So we have / and ID. So what this ID is doing here is serving as a placeholder for a variable path in the URL. So this variable path is going to be dynamic. So as soon as a user hits medical record / with whatever text they append to this path, is going to be this ID over here. So later on in the single record page, we are going to make use of this ID to render a details information about a clicked card or a navigated card. So that is the uses of the ID over here. So we have that set up, and the element name here, we are going to write single record details. So as soon as a user hits this URL / any text or params, we are going to be directed to this component. So let's test this out. So when we click on our development port, which is going to be localhost 5174, and it's probably going to be different in your case. So we take notice of that. So we take notice of that and then hit the right URL. Alright, so on this page, we have our folders, the one we created using the create record button with these two folders, test record and test2. So remember inside this component, the medical record component, we had a link. So when I move back and navigate to the card record component, which is going to be this. So when I move to this component, so we have a link here, which when clicked, programmatically navigates to a different page. So when we check the index.js file at where we are rendering the record card, we have a handle navigate. When we inspect this handle navigate function, so when we click on the folder, React Router is going to append whatever name of the folder is to this URL, and it is going to direct the user to this component inside the app.js. App.js over here, this component, single record details. Okay. So let's click on this And there we go. We are on the single record page. We have medical records / test2, which is the placeholder that we set. So test2, we are going to grab this and then render a unique details of the folder clicked later on in this project. Okay. So for now, let's work on the flow. So we are done with the button. What is next is this side here, and then we create the last section before we add the actual modal and the functionalities. So back to record details. So let's create the component for the record details header, which is going to be a separate component. So I would like us to create that component inside the component folder for our records page. Okay. So we are going to create a new file inside this component folder named record details header.jsx. And we are going to import React. This is going to be a very simple component. So we create a constant record details header. And the only props that we are going to accept in this component is going to be the record name, because that is what we will be rendering in this component. And then we return a div, and that div is going to have a class name named grade, with a class name with these properties. So we have grade and we have width full. We give it a gap of 4 SM, grade calls 2 SM, gap 6, large grade calls 4, and then we have div here, class name of flex column. We have a rounded XL border, a background of white. No, let's make the background neutral. Let's make the background with this color code here. So hashtag 13131A. And that will be it, I think. So let's add the shadows more. And that is going to be it. And within this div, we are going to create the header content with the padding and flexbox for layout. So we create a div and add those as well. So we are going to have a flex and justify between gap x3 padding 4 md padding 5. So we have that. So we create another container for the icon with styling, for centering, and also for coloring. So we create a div, provide a class name with these properties. So we have a flex, height of 11 and width of 11 as well. Flex shrink 0, item center, justify center, rounded full, and we have a test blue 200. Alright, so inside this div, we are going to create the icon. So using tabular icons, we call icon folder open. And then we provide a size of 70 and a class name. We provide test green 500. So we have the icon created. So finally, we are going to style a link as a button to display the record name. So I'll copy that because we have a lengthy class for that. I'll copy it here, paste it over here, and then inside this link, we have the record name, which is going to be displayed here. So we save that and export it so that we can use it in other components. Export default record details header. So we save that, head back to our single record details. So we are going to call the record details header here and provide the props record name, and here we are supposed to provide the actual record name, which is going to come from the URL here, the placeholder here. So we are going to render that. So React Router DOM is having a cool hook called the use location. So we can call that use location. So we have that called, and this hook is going to help us hold or get hold of the state. And in this context, which is going to be the text that we are passing here as a placeholder for the URL, and then grab it and display it over here. So we have the state, use state. So we have the use location hook here, and we are going to create a constant and distract the state object from the use location hook. Use location hook. So let me comment this out. So once we have this, we can log the state and then check what we have over there. So when I move back to the browser and check our development URL, right click and then click on inspect. Inside the console, we are supposed to see this state. So we have this object rendered on single records details page 9, which happens to be where we are rendering the state, or we are logging the state. So when we expand this object, so we can see we have a lot of information over here. So the reason why we are getting all this information is because when we check the index page here and inspect the handle navigate, we are passing in the filtered records. So whatever record the user click on, we are getting hold of the whole object and passing it through the navigate function with the state object, which contain the filtered records. So that is the reason why we are seeing all this here. So we are more interested in the record name. So we are going to type, so to access the record name is going to be state.recordName. And for that matter, we will get rid of this console.log, and inside here, the record details header, the record name props, we pass state.recordName. So we save that and move to the browser. There we go, we have our folder open here with the name that we are getting from this URL. So I'll close this, and there we have it. So the final part is to create the section to contain the analyzed results coming from the AI, Gemini AI. So over here, we are going to create a couple of divs to contain that section. So we have our first div here, a class name of with full, and then we have another div here that is going to have a class name of flex and flex column, another div inside which is going to have a class name of negative margin 1.5, and we have overflow x auto. We have a div within it again. We create a class name and provide an inline block. So inline block, we have the main, the minimum width, full padding 1.5, align middle. And we create another div. class name of overflow hidden, rounded XL, and we have a border neutral 700, and we have a shadow of small, and finally we have a background color of 13131A. We save that and create another div within this div here, which is going to contain the title or the header. So class name, we have a border bottom and a border neutral 700, padding X and padding Y. So we add a padding X for 6 and then a padding Y for 4. So we create a 2 element here, which is going to contain the personalized, the title or the text named personalized AI driven treatment plan. And then we have a paragraph. So we have a class name for the header 2. So their class name is going to be text extra large, font semi bold, and we have text to be neutral 200. So we have a class name and a text SM. Then we have a text neutral 400 for this subtext. So the subtext is going to be a tailored, so I'll copy that. It's going to be a tailored medical strategy leveraging advanced AI insights. So we give that a save, and then we create a div for the analyze result. So we have a div here, a class name, a flex, a width of full. We have a flex column. We have a px of 6 and py of 4. We add a text of white, and we create a div within that div. So we have a div and h2, which is going to hold the text named analysis results, and we have a class name for this h2 to be text large, font to be semi bold, and then we have a text of white. And we are going to create the div to contain the actual treatment results coming from the database. So we have a class name here, space y2, and then we have the results. So we can make a template here and write rendering the result, something like that, rendering the result. Okay, so we have that in place. So we are going to create the div that is going to hold this part here, the view treatment plan. So far, this is what we have gotten. So we have this here, which is not yet exactly the same as this. So we have to keep on writing the styles and then complete everything. So we create a div. And we have a class name, margin top of 5, a grade gap 2, SM flex, and then we create the button component with a type button, and on click. So once a user click on the view treatment plan, we want to render a function called process treatment plan. And since we don't have that here, we are going to replace this. We are going to replace this with an empty function and later on create the actual function. And I'm going to copy these class names here. They are quite lengthy, so I'll just copy them and paste them over here. And the title or the text inside the button is going to be View Treatment Plan. We create an icon, chevron right, chevron up right. We give it a style, we give it a size of 20. And then when the user click on this view treatment button, we want to show a spinner. So once the user click on this button, we are going to process the treatment plan, and that takes a lot of time. So to enhance the user experience, we are going to render a spinner to show the user that there is something going on behind the scenes. So we are going to have a state to handle that, but for now we are going to represent this with true, and then we check if and only if this is true, we want to render the spinner. So we are going to have an icon progress and have the size to be 10. Now this is not going to be a spinner yet because this is a static icon. To make this a spinner, we add the following class names. So we are going to add animate spin, and with just this, the icon is going to spin and then behave as a spinner. So we add margin right of 3, height of 5, and width of 5. So we save that. So we can see the spinner is showing over here. So the icon is supposed to be chevron right, not upright. So let's create that. Icon chevron up. Chevron right. So we have that here. So back to our code, and the border is supposed to be added to this class here. So we are missing the border class property. So let's just add border, save this, and there we go, we have it. So we were just missing the border property here, and as soon as we added it, we have our border over here. So I think it's time to work on the upload records. When I click on this, there's supposed to be a modal, like the completed project here. When I click on this, there is a modal over here. So let's work on that and then pick things from there. So we are going to create the modal and then import it over here. So to do that, we are going to create a new file inside the component named file upload modal.jsx. So we import React from React. Most of these modern frameworks don't really care about you importing React at the top here. As long as you have the JSX extension, it's going to be imported automatically. So it's not required to always import React at the top here. But if you're going to use the React hooks like use effect, use state, then this is supposed to be a requirement. So we import our modal. Remember, we had a modal component, right, over here, which I said was going to be reusable. So we are going to leverage that in the file upload modal. File upload modal, which is going to accept the following props. So we have is open, which is going to determine if the modal is open. We have on close, which is going to be the function to close the modal. We have on file change here. This is going to be the props to handle the function to handle the file change. And we have on file upload To handle the file upload, we have uploading, which is going to be the probes to determine if the file is uploading. We have upload success, which is going to be the probes to determine if the upload was successful. And finally, we have a probes to store the file name. So file name. So we are going to return and call the modal component, passing the necessary prompts. Okay, so we have the modal here. So we have the title of the modal to be upload reports, because that's are the props we have to pass in for the modal component. We have is open, which is going to be is open. On close, going to be on close. On action is going to be on file upload. And then we have action label, which is going to be the upload and analyze. So we have that, and within this modal component, we are going to create a container for the file upload area. So we have that in the div, provide them with these class names. So we have flex with full, flex call, item center, justify center, and we have a gap of 2, rounded XL, border, dashed, and then we have a border slit of 300. We have a test slit of 700. Let's actually make it 300, and also the border slit 700. And I think that will be it for this component. So let's add a padding of 8. So when you notice, okay, so when we move to the completed project and click on upload, we have this SVG icon here. So I'll copy that and then paste it over here to have this SVG icon. So paste it over here. So we are about to create the label and the input for the file upload. So we create a div for that, and we provide a class name group. We create the label, and the HTML4 is going to be file input drag drop. And then we have class name. So I'll copy the class name and paste it over here. In fact, let's copy the whole div, okay, to save us a little bit of time. And then we place it here, because most of these things are just paragraphs and classes. And then we add this little piece here. And finally, we are going to set a couple of states here. So if we are uploading, we want to load the spinner. So the spinner is going to be the same logic that we had in the single record details over here. So I'll copy the icon progress, paste it over here, and the size is going to be 15 instead of 10. And we have this class name. So let's increase the size to 7 over here. So that will be it for this. And what else do we have here? So once the user is uploading a file, we want to show a progress. and we have the upload success also here when the file is being uploaded successfully. So we create a paragraph, upload successfully. So we have a class name, margin top of 2, text green 600. We have a span, and the span is going to contain the file name, whatever file the user uploaded. So we provide that with a couple of few properties here. So class name, we have a text medium, and the text is supposed to be left, text white. And finally, we add export default file upload modal. And that will be it for this component. So let's move back to the single record details and add the upload modal over here. So we call the file upload component file upload modal. This contains a lot of props. So we are going to have is open, which is going to be a state named is modal open. So before we provide these props, I think we have to create all the states and then the functions that we'll be needing for this project. So we are going to need the use navigate hook from React Router DOM, because when the user click on the view treatment plan in the Kanban board, we are going to navigate the user to a different page. So we have use navigate here, and then we create a constant named it navigate, which is going to be use navigate. And we set up a couple of states. So we have a state for file, which is going to be use state, and the initial value is going to be null, and we have a constant for uploading. We have set uploading use state, and the initial state is false. We have a constant for upload success, and then we have set upload success use state. Default value is going to be false, and we have processing. Set processing, and the state is going to be false. So this state is going to track the processing of the AI analysis. And then we create a state that is going to store the analysis results. So we have a constant analysis result and set analysis result. Use state, and the default analysis result state is going to be state.analysis result, or if there is nothing coming from that side, we are going to render an empty string. Okay, we're going to render an empty string. So we have the analysis result in the state. Remember when we log the state object. So let me do that one more time. So we have the log here state. Comment this out, and we are going to change this to analysis result, because we have that created, that variable or state created. When I move back to localhost and inspect console, we can see inside the object, the state object, So here's the object. Inside this object, when I click on this, we have the analysis result. So we are getting that from the state object. And yeah, so we have that. Get rid of the console.log. And we are going to create a state to store the file name, the file type, and the state to control the modal visibility. So we have a const file name, set file name, have a constant file type, and a constant to hold the modal visibility or to control the modal visibility. So we have that over here. So once the AI generates a result, we want to update the record. Okay, we want to update the record. When we check the new console and look at the record that we have here, we have analysis result, which is an empty string here. So what we want to do is, after the AI has done processing the analysis results, we want to have the results here. So we are going to update this field and then have our analysis results over here. So for that matter, we are going to distract the update record from the custom context that we created. So we have const and then update record coming from the use context that we created. So we use state context hook is going to have the update record. So we create a function to open the modal and also a function to close the modal. So the function to open the modal is going to be this, and we copy that, paste it here, change the handle open modal to handle close modal, and we have here false because we want to close the modal. So now we are going to create a function named handle file change, which is a requirement, or which is a function that we are expecting in the file upload props. So this over here, right? So we have to create that function to have, so that function is going to handle the file input change. So a const, we have handle file change, so we are going to create a constant to get the selected file. So file is going to be E, which is going to be the event object, and we want to get the file on the target property dot files, and we access the first element. So we are going to set the file type from the file dot type. So we get the file type from the file object. So we can store that in the file type and set the file name to file.name, and then we set the file itself with the file object. So with that, we are done creating the handle file change. Okay, so for this project, we are going to use Gemini AI for the analysis of our medical records. So when we visit this URL, which the link is going to be placed in the description as usual, we can generate our own API key by clicking on Generate API Key. So when I click on this, you have to select a Google Cloud project. So you can search on that and create your own project. And then this button is going to be activated, and click on Generate API Key in the existing project. So once you have that, you can copy your API key and keep it. So later on, we are going to handle this inside the .m file. So when we check on the Gemini documentation page, on the Get Started page, when we click on how to generate text from text and image input, we have a section here that explains how to upload a file. So one thing here is to be able to upload a file and pass it in as a prompt to get a text back. You have to have this inline data object which contains a data and a MIME type from a file. So we have to create a function for that, and then you'll be able to get this inline data and pass it in through the model.generate content object. Okay. So back to our code, we create that function. So we are going to create a function that is going to read the file as a base64 encoded string. And with that, we'll be able to get the MIME type and all the other object that we need for the model to run a file. So we create a constant read file as base64. So for that, we are going to return a new promise which have resolve and reject as a callback. We create a constant reader equals new file reader. And then we have reader dot unload. So we resolve this with the reader dot results dot split. So the above here is going to resolve with the base64 data, and we have reader dot on error. So if we have an error, we want to reject, and reader dot read as data URL. We pass in the file. Remember, the file is a parameter that we are going to pass in for this function here, wherever we call it. So we are about to create a function that is going to handle the file upload. And as soon as the user uploads the file, we send a prompt to the Gemini AI and analyze the file and return to us a result from the analysis. So we create a constant named handle file upload, async function. And then we set the uploading to true to show a spinner for a better user experience, and set upload success to false. So we create a constant Gemini AI, which is going to be new Google generative AI. And within this, we are going to provide the Gemini AI key. So when we move to the documentation page, so we have how to import this Google generative AI and how to access the API key. So from this document, we were able to know how to set up the Google generative AI, the Gemini AI. So we are going to store the API key inside a .m file. So for Vite, so we are going to the .m file, which was part of the starter file, and change or rename it from .m.example to just .env. And over here, so we are going to replace this with our Gemini key. So when we move back to this AI Studio, we can copy our API key and then paste it over here. We save that. Over here, we are going to get hold of the variable inside the .env environment. So we move up to the top of the code. and create a constant named Gemini API key. And that is going to have the import.meta.env.vite Gemini API key. So this is how we import environmental variables from Vite. I copy that and paste it inside over here. Gemini API key. So once we have that, we are going to run a try-catch block here. And inside the try-catch, we are going to create a variable named base64. So we are preparing this side here to return the inline data for our model. So we pass that as a prompt. So we have the generate content, which is going to have the prompt and also the image part or the document part. So base64 data equals await, and then we call the file as base64 function. We pass in the file. So we are getting this file from the state. Once we handle the file upload, we store the file object inside the set file state. So we have that here. And we are going to create the image part or document part. Okay, so that is what we have here. And within the image part or document part, we have the inline data, which have the first property in the object as data to be base64. And so we are getting that from this function. So this function is going to return the base64. And we are also going to set the file type. So we have MIME type to be a file type. So now we can pass this to our generate model function. So for getting the generative model from Google Generative AI, we create a constant model and we have gen AI, the variable we created over here, which we are going to call the generative model function here, which accepts an object. And the properties of the object is going to be model, and then we add the model that we want to use. So when we check the documentation website, we can see the types of model that we have. So when I click on docs, we have Gemini 1.5 Flash. So for this application, we are going to use Gemini 1.5 Pro. Gemini 1.5 Pro. And then define our prompt for the AI model. So what we have so far is the handle change function, which is going to be triggered when the user uploads a file from the model. So we save all these objects or properties from the file, and finally save the file object itself. And we have read file as base64. Here we are returning the file as base64 string. The handle file upload is setting the uploading to true and the set upload success to false. So we initialize the generative AI here with our API key that we are getting from the .environment file. So to get the generative API key, we create a constant. This is how we do it in Vite. So we write import.meta.env.vite Gemini API. We get hold of that, and this is going to be initialized. So once we have our generative AI initialized, we have our try block here, and we have the constant for storing the base64 data. So we read the file as base64, And we have the image part object. So this is going to be an array, and it have the inline data object, which we set the base64 data and also the file type. We have the model here. We are getting the generative model from Google Generative AI. And we are about to create the prompt variable. So we create a constant named prompt. And I am going to paste this prompt here. So this is how it goes. It says, you are an expert cancer and any disease diagnosis analyst. Use your knowledge base to answer questions about giving personalized recommended treatment and give a detailed treatment plan for me. Make it more readable, clear, and easy to understand. Make it paragraphs and make it more readable. So this is the prompt that we are going to give to the generative model. So we are going to create a constant to hold the result, which is going to be await model.generate content. So we are getting that from this variable here. And the generate content is going to have an array here, which is going to have the first item as the prompt. So we have prompt, and then we spread the image parts. So these image parts could have multiple objects, or you could run a loop that could, create multiple inline data objects and pass that over here, right? Once we have the results, we are going to create a constant to get the response. So response equals await, and we have result.response. So the result is going to have an object, and then we access the response property from that object. So next, we are going to get the text from the response. So we create a constant text equals response.text. So how did we come about with all this? When we check the documentation website, it provides a detailed information and instructions on how to use the Gemini AI. So we can see an example here which gives you all these flow on how to run the Gemini AI. So this is where we are getting all this from. Okay. And we are going to set the analysis result. So we have set analysis result with the test. We then update the record with our analysis result. So remember, we are going to use the update record from the use context. So we create a constant update record equals await update record, which accepts an object. So we pass the document ID. We have that as a prop inside the update record function in the use context. So we have document ID, which is going to be the state.id, and we are going to get the analysis result, and also we are going to use the test. So that is going to be the test, whatever we are getting from the Google Generative AI. So this test is going to contain the actual results. So we store that in the analysis results field. And finally, since the Kanban record field is not a null value, we have to replace that with an empty string. So we have Kanban records, and then we replace that with an empty string. So once we are done with that, we set a couple of states, or we update a couple of states. So we are going to set the upload success to true, and set the is modal open to false, because we want to close the modal as soon as we have a result from the AI. Set file name to be empty string, set file empty, or let's make it null, and then we reset the file type as well. So set file type is going to be an empty string. So inside the catch block, we are going to log, so console.error, and we are going to have error uploading file, and we have error. And if we have any error, we want to set the upload success to false, and also we want to close the modal. So we are going to set its modal to false as well. And we are going to have a finally clause, which is going to run regardless. So after everything is processed and we set all these states, reset all these states, we are going to set the uploading to false. All right. So we have this. I think it's time to provide the props for the icon file upload, and also comment this out for the handle open modal, since we have created that. And with the file upload modal, we have to provide all these props to it. We uncomment that out, and we have on close, which is going to be handle close modal. We have that function created on file change, handle file change. On file upload, we have handle file upload. We have that function as well. And uploading is going to be the uploading state. We have upload success, same upload success state. And then we are going to pass the file name as well, which is going to be file name. So with this, I think we can test everything together to see if we will be able to upload a file and get results from the Gemini AI. Before we work on this function here, the view treatment plan, when the user click on this, is supposed to send them to a Kanban board and render the Kanban board for us. So we are going to test it out before we create this function. So let's move back to our local host. And okay, so for the treatment plan, we have this spinner loading because we set it to true. So let's replace this with processing, which is going to be the actual state to determine whether we show the progress bar for the view treatment plan or not. So we save that. And when we click on upload report, we have our modal here. Let's open the console to catch any errors that may occur. I will click on browse. So I'm going to upload a file, which is a cancer report, a template for a cancer report. I will leave that in the assets folder so you can use that for the test. Click on browse. And select report cancer. So when we click on upload and analyze, we are supposed to hit this function. This function is supposed to run. Okay, handle file upload is supposed to run, and it's going to use the generative AI from Google to fetch us some results. So we are pretty confident that this is going to work. So let's test it out. So we have our spinner loading over here. All right, so the AI was able to analyze the results and display it inside this analysis results for us. So we have something coming from the AI. Okay, so let's check the database, the new console, and see if this result was updated in the records table. So we refresh the page. And there we have it. We have the results over here updated in the analysis results. Even though the AI said it cannot provide a medical advice, but it gave us something. So this is a prompt issue. So it's not a technical issue, but a prompt issue. And we are going to face that in a second. But before that, we can see we have all these asterisk and special characters. displayed in the result. So we have to handle that. So the results coming from the AI contains a markdown format. So the results coming is a markdown. So we have to have a component that is going to, convert the markdown into an HTML element to be displayed correctly in the analysis result. So we do that, and then we check the view treatment plan function. So to do that, we are going to wrap this around the React Markdown component. So when we search on Google, we have React Markdown component here. So React Markdown npm. This Markdown accepts a string or accept a markdown and convert them into a JSX that the React component can render. So we wrap this entire analysis result around the React markdown. Okay, so let's create that. Let's import it before we run it around that. So we have import React markdown from React markdown, and then move straight to the analysis section and wrap it around the analysis. So React markdown instead of markdown. All right, so let's get back to the local host and then check what we have here. So we have the analysis result formatted nicely with the React markdown. So what is left on this component is to create the view treatment plan, and then that will be it for this component. So let me close this and move back. So as I said, this is a prompt issue, so you can experiment with the prompt to make sure you have the right response. So we scroll up and then create the process treatment plan function right beneath the handle file upload function. So we are going to create the process treatment function. We start by creating a constant for process treatment plan, which is going to be an async function, and we set its processing to false. And so this is going to have a very similar functions to what we created in the handle file upload function, the one above here. So we are going to have a generative AI initialized here from the Google generative AI and have a prompt to generate object of arrays that will be easy to handle in the Kanban record module. So we will have a prompt that is going to return an object of arrays, which is going to be the Kanban dataset for the treatment plans. So this is what I'm talking about. When we click on view treatment plan in the finished website, the completed one, we are being sent to this page here. So the AI is going to generate these objects to be able to render in this Kanban board beautifully and perfectly. So we move back and then we create a constant, and then we create a constant for the Google generative AI. So I think I'll go ahead and copy those ones above here. So I'll copy this, paste it here, copy this as well, paste it here, and then we create the prompt. So I'll copy this prompt and paste it here. We don't want to type everything out. Paste it over here. So we have a prompt that goes this way, and we provide the analysis results that we got from the previous function. We pass that in as the treatment plan, and we specify that we want to create a to-do. We want to include a brief description, and this is the result that we want to return from the Kanban board, or the structure for the Kanban. So we have columns, we have tags, and each column is having an ID that specify whether it is a to-do, doing, or done. So this over here, and we have the tags itself that have an ID, a column ID, and a content. So we specify the structure, and the AI is going to generate the results as such. So we generate the results using the AI model. So we create a constant result, and then we have await model.generate content. We pass in the prompt, and we have constant here, which is to get the response. So response equals await result.response. And we have the test that is going to come from the response. So we have constant test that is going to come from response.test. And then we pass the response test into a JSON. So the response test is going to be a raw string, and we want to pass that as a JSON to be able to render them and loop through them in the Kanban board component. So we create a constant called pass response, which is going to be json.path, and then we pass the test. So we are going to update the record with the generated Kanban board data. So we create a constant for that. Updated record equals await update record. We have document ID. That is going to be the state.id. We will get that from the state. And we have Kanban records, which is going to be the test. Alright, so next we are going to navigate to the screening schedule page with the pass response. So we create a navigate. We call navigate from the use navigate hook we got from React Router DOM. And we are going to create this page. Screening schedule, and then we have this giant state here. So guess what the state is going to be? As I mentioned earlier on, the navigate function is having a state object which contains a payload. So any data that you want to pass to the component that you are navigating to. So here we are going to pass in the response, this one over here, the passed response. And set this, we set is processing to false. Set processing to false, so that we will be able to close the spinner. So we can test this out, but this is not going to work because we don't have the screening schedule page. So we have to create that page and then call the Kanban records page to render this. So before we create the route to navigate to this page, let's check if we have export this module. So we have export it and provide the function name here. So the function name is going to be process treatment plan. We give that a save and then move to the app.jsx. So inside here, we are going to create a route, which is going to have a path of / screening schedules. And the element is going to be the one we are about to create. So element is going to be the screening schedule page. So we are here to create that. So we are going to create a new file inside the pages named screening records, screening schedule. Let's make it screening schedule.jsx. And this is going to be the component that is going to hold the screening schedules. So we are going to import React from React, and we import use location from React router DOM. Right, we are going to import that to get the state and pass that one down to the Kanban component. So we create a constant named screening schedule. We have the state here coming from the use location hook from React router DOM, and we return a div that have a class name of with full overflow of scroll, and then here we will provide the Kanban board component, but we are yet to create that. But for now, we want to test if we will be able to get the results from the AI. So I'll provide a paragraph here and write here Kanban board. So later on, we will change this into the Kanban board component. So let's export screening schedule, export default, and back to the app.js file, we call the screening schedule component. We save that, move back to the local host, and then when we click on the view treatment plan, we are supposed to be sent to the screening page, but we won't be able to see anything since we haven't made the logic or created the Kanban board to look like what we have in the complete project. So let's click on view treatment plan. Seems this function is not working because we are supposed to see a spinner. So I'll right click and check the inspect to see what error we are getting over here. Console, and set is processing is not defined. So line 112 inside the single record component. So set processing and set processing. Let's save that and click on the view treatment plan again. So we have our spinner and the function is being triggered. So we are supposed to be sent to the screening page. So we have the Kanban board here, which is the text that we wrote in the screening page component. So we can check the database and see if we have the results coming from the AI stored in our Kanban board field. So we give this page a refresh. And there we have it. In the Kanban records, we have the columns, the ID of the treatment plan correctly. This is just beautiful. Things are starting to take shape. So we will get back to our Kanban record screening schedule page and create the Kanban record component. So to do that, we are going to create a file inside the component folder named Kanban board. So So I think I am mispronouncing Kanban board as Kanban record. So anywhere in the application that I mentioned Kanban record, what I actually wanted to mean was Kanban board. Okay, so that was an oversight. So for this Kanban board, we are going to use the DNT kit, which is drag and drop kit from React. So when we open our browser and search dndkit.com here, this link will be placed in the description. We can read more about this at the documentation site, but in a nutshell, what this is going to do is to help us create components that will be draggable. So for example, I can click on this and drop it here, drop it out. So I have the freedom to make an entire div a droppable component, and I can move things around from one div to another and so on and so forth. So you can read more about this in the documentation page, but this is a simple setup for the DND kit. So you have a context that is going to have the onDrag and onProp, which we will pass in a couple of functions. And yes, so that is basically it. So you can play around here. So when you click on this and try to drag it, it's rearrange all the elements here and replace it with the one you hovered on. So you can read more on this, and yeah. So back to our code. So we are going to import React, and we are going to import use memo, use state from React. And these are the components that we are going to import from the DND kit. So we will import, so from DND kit /core, we are going to import DND context and drag overlay. We have pointer sensor, view sensor, and use sensors. So we have this, and we are also going to import the following from DND /sortable. So we have the sortable context and the array move. So I'll explain what these components or hooks are going to be used for. So we will start by creating a function for our Kanban board. Which is going to accept a state as a props. And over here, we are going to render the default columns and the default tags. When we check the complete project, we have these columns here, and we have our tags over here. So by default, we want to represent these tags with an empty array. And if we are getting something from the AI, we want to render that over here. When we check our app, we don't have anything here. So we are going to create a constant that is going to hold the default columns and also the default tags. So we create a constant default columns, and we are going to get the columns from the state. Remember, when the Kanban board is created, we are passing it through the useNavigate function, so we will be able to get that state in the Kanban board. So that's why we call the state over here. We are going to pass that through the Kanban component and have access to all the columns and the tags that we created by the AI. So in the state object, we have a state and we have a columns property, which is an array. So let's analyze that by opening the database. This is what I'm talking about. We have the columns and we have an array here. So we are going to loop through these columns and render them, and also loop through these tags and render them as well. So we have map and we have the columns, which we have the ID to be columns.id, and we have title to be col.title. And if there is nothing coming from the state, we are going to render an empty array. So let's add a question mark here that is only going to access the properties if we have something inside the array or the state to prevent any error that we may encounter. And we are also going to create a constant for default task. Which is going to be very similar to what we have here, state.state. Then we access the task property, which is an array, and then we map through all the array. We have our tags here, and we are going to have the ID to be task.id, and we have the column ID to be task.column ID, and we have content to be task.content. And if we don't have anything coming from the database, we are going to render, an empty array to prevent any errors. So we have this state created, right? So next, we are going to create a couple of use states to hold the columns ID, the tags active column, and also the active task. So we create this state. We have columns, set columns, use states, and we pass in the default calls. And we have tags as well. We pass in the default task, and we are going to have a column ID. We create a constant for the column ID. Use memo, columns.map call, and then we return the column.id columns. So we are going to create a state for the active column and also the active task. So we have active column, set active column, use state, now const active task, set active task, to be use state, that is going to be null as well. And then we create a constant to hold the initialization of the use sensors. So we have sensors here, use sensors. We have use sensor is going to be pointer sensor, and we have this object active constraint is going to be distance of 10. All right, then we return the actual D&D context. So we are going to have a div over here to contain or wrap around the D&D context. So we have a class name which is going to be margin top of 5. We have mean height screen, width of 72. We have a text white over here. All right. So now we can create the D&D context. So we type D&D context, which is going to have these props. So the first prop that we're going to have is called the sensors, and we are going to provide that with the sensors that we created above here, followed by onDragStart, which is going to be a function that we are going to create later on. So I'll replace it with an empty function. So I'll copy this same thing here and paste it 2 more times for the onDrag end and also the drag over. So I will paste it here, change this to onDrag end, and finally we have onDrag over. So these are going to be functions that we'll be creating in a bit, right? So inside the D&D context, we are going to have a div which is going to have a class name of mAuto flex and gap4. So this div is going to contain the columns and also the task. So we have a div for the columns, which is going to have this class name flex gap4. And then we are going to wrap our column container with the sortable context. So we have the sortable context here, which is going to be wrapped around the column container. So remember, we are getting the columns from this here, this state here, which will be passed down to this component, through this component. So we have that and have a loop through the columns and the task, and we store the columns and the tags inside the use state, providing a default value for the default columns that's going to be for the columns, and also the default tags that's going to be for the task. So we are going to loop through all the columns that we may be getting from the database or passing down through this component. So we have columns.map, and then we have columns, and here we are going to create a column container component, which is going to hold the column container. So when we check the finished product, we can see we have add column here. When I click on this, it provides us with this column, which we can rename, and we can add task and do whatever you want to do. So we are going to create a component for these columns. So we replace this with a paragraph that says column container, and then we write the column container component and import it over here. So we are going to create a new file inside the component folder named column container.jsx. So we are going to import a couple of modules and dependencies from the D&D kit and also React. So we import sortable context from D&D kit sortable and use sortable hook And we are going to import CSS to style our column. So from DND, we are going to import use memo and use state from React. So we have use memo and use state from React. And we are going to have the task card over here. So the task card is going to be this card that we have here, which is going to have this, test area. And we have this button here to delete the task. So we are going to create that and then import it inside the column container. So we are going to create a new component named task card.jsx. So over here we are going to have a use state from React, and we are going to call the use sortable hook from DND kit sortable. We have the CSS, to import CSS from DND utilities. So you have DND utilities. And then we are going to import icon trash. So when we hover on this card here, we have the icon trash here. So we are going to import that from tabular icons. So import icon trash from tabular icons React. And then we are going to define the task component, which is going to accept a task and a delay task props. So you're going to have 3 props here: the task, delay task, and update task. So we have a function named task card, and we provide these props. So we have task, delete task, update task, and we are going to set a state to manage whether the mouse is over the task card. So we are going to have a const mouse is over, and then we set the mouse is over here, which is going to be a use state with initial state of false. And we are going to set a state that is going to manage whether the task card is in an edit mode or not. So we have that here, edit mode, and set edit mode. Use state, we have true. The true is going to be the initial state for this state. So what we are going to do next is to distract all these properties from the use sortable hook, right? So we are going to distract the following. We have const, and which is going to be use sortable hook. We pass in ID, which is going to be the task.id that we will be passing down to this component, and we have a data object, which is going to have a type of task, and we provide a task here. And also the final property we are going to do is to add or disable the dragging when we are in edit mode. So disable edit mode. So this is going to disable draggings when we are in edit mode. So when the user is typing here, we shouldn't see the mouse move icon here to be able to drag this component unless he's done editing with this card. So these are the following properties that we are going to distract. So the first thing is going to be set node ref, followed by attribute, and then we have listeners, transform, transition is dragging. So these are the references and attributes that we are going to distract. So the set node ref is going to reference the task card DOM node, and then the attribute is going to be for the sortable element, and we have listeners, which is going to be an event listener for the sortable element. Transform and then transition are going to be CSS transform properties and transition properties. We have is dragging here, which is going to be a boolean to check if the task card is being dragged or not. Once we have that, we are going to define the styles for the task card and apply the transform and transition properties. So we have const style, and then we have transition and transform. So we have CSS dot transform dot toString. We are going to pass in the transform here, and then we create a function to toggle the edit mode state. So constant toggle edit mode. This is a function, and we are going to set edit mode to, we're going to have the previous state and set it to whatever the previous state is not. So if we have true, it's going to flip it to false and vice versa. And we have set mouse is over to be false. That is when we are toggling between the edit mode. So we are going to render a placeholder when the task card is being dragged. So if it's dragging, we want to return this. So a div, and it have a reference to the set node ref, a style, you pass in the style, this one here, and it's going to have these CSS class names. So I'll copy that and paste it over here. So we save that, and that will be it for if dragging. And then we are going to render a task card in edit mode. So you're going to make a condition to render a task card in edit mode. So if edit mode, we want to return this div here, and we are going to pass in a reference to the task DOM node, right? So you pass reference to set node ref, and then we apply the styles. So style, call style. Then we spread the attributes to the div and also spread the listeners to the div. So we spread the attributes and spread the listeners. We paste this class name here. And we are going to have a test area, which is going to be when we click on the card, we can write a content here. So this is a test area. We create a test area. We provide a value, which is going to be the value to the task content. So we have task.content. And then we have autofocus, which will automatically set the focus to the test area. So autofocus, and we have a placeholder of task content here. And then we add on blur, which is going to toggle edit mode when the focus is lost. So we have toggle edit mode, and we have on key down. This is going to toggle the edit mode when the shift plus enter is pressed. So we have that as well. So if event.key equals enter, event.shift key, we want to toggle the edit mode. We call that function here. And then we update the task content on change. So we have on change here. Which is going to be update task. We pass in the task.id and event.target.value. Alright, so we are going to create a final return here, which is going to render the task card in a view mode. So we return a div here. So this test area is supposed to have a class, which I will copy and paste over here. Paste the class here and continue with what we are writing. So we have a div that is going to have the following props. So we set the reference to the set node ref, which is going to reference the task card DOM node. So we have ref and set node ref. We have styles. So basically this is going to be very similar to what we have here. So I'll copy these. We spread the attributes and also the listeners, and we have an on click. Anytime the card is being clicked, we want to toggle the edit mode. And we have this class name. Which have a lot of properties. So I'll paste that here. And then on mouse, enter. So as soon as a mouse is being hovered on this, we want to set the mouse is over to true. So we have this, and then we set mouse is over to true. And anytime we move the mouse out of frame, we want to set the mouse over to false. So we have on mouse leave, which is going to be set its mouse over to false. So once we have that, we create a paragraph and we provide the task.content here and provide the paragraph with these class properties. And finally, we are going to create the last part. So we want to show the delete button anytime the mouse is being hovered on the task card. So like this, right? So we have mouse is over. And we have a button, it's going to be a button. And we are going to have an on click. Event, which is going to have the delete task function that will be passed through this task card. So delete task, we are missing an E here, so delete task, I'll copy that and paste it here, delete task, and then we provide it with these class names. And then we style the button component. So I'll paste the class names here. Inside the button, we are going to provide the icon trash, from React tabular icons. So finally, we are going to export default task card and move back to the column container and create the rest of the component here. So we are going to import the task card from task card, and we have icon plus and icon trash. Icon plus and icon trash. So we create a function, column container, so this is going to accept multiple props for handling the columns and the task. So we have the column, we pass in the column as a props, which is going to be passed down through this component, the Kanban board. And we have the delete column, we have update column, create task, we have task, delete task, update task. So we have that. So we are going to create a state that is going to manage whether the column is in an edit mode. So we have const edit mode. This looks similar to what we did in the task card. So we have set edit mode. Most of the things are going to be basically the same. And then we have use state to be false. And we create a function that is going to memorize the task IDs to optimize performance. So we have const task IDs, use memo, and we are going to return task.map. We have the task here, and we have task.id. We provide the tags as dependencies for this memo, right? So we are going to destruct the properties returned by the use sortable hook, which is going to be very similar to what we have in the task card. So I'll go ahead and click on task card, copy everything here, paste it here, and the only thing we are going to change here is going to be the column.id and not task, and the type is also going to be column. And we have the disable to be edit mode as well. We are also going to define a style, so I'll copy that, basically the same style, and we are going to render a placeholder when the column is being dragged. So this is going to be very similar to what we have, and I think I'll copy the same thing from the task card and paste it over here. So I'll copy this if it's dragging, paste it over here, and the only thing, so you're basically not going to change anything here. So next, we are going to render the column with task. So we return a div ref is going to be set node ref. So it's supposed to be in here. And we have a style props, which is going to be style, and we have this class properties here. So within this div, we are going to create a column header with a title and delete buttons. So we have a div. When we check the finished product, we can see we have it here. The title is here and the delete button is right beside it. So this is what we are going to create for the column. So we are going to spread the attributes and also the listeners. And we add an on-click event here to enable the edit mode on click. So on click, we are going to set edit mode to true and have these class names. So inside this div, we are going to create a div that is going to display the column title and input field based on the edit mode. So we have a div with a class name flexgap2, and we have if not edit mode and column title. We have edit mode. So when we are in edit mode, we want to render this. So we are going to have an input here. And the input is going to have a value which is going to be column.title. And on change is going to be this. Update column, we provide the column.id and also the value that we want to change from the event.target.value. We have autofocus to focus the input element when the user click on it. We have on blur. This is going to disable the set edit mode when the focus is lost. So we set that to false, and we have on key down. Which is going to check if the user has hit the enter key, event.key, and not equal to enter. We are going to return and set the edit mode to false. So we have this class properties that I'm going to copy and paste over here. So we are going to create a button for the delete column, right? So we create a button and provide an on-click event which is going to be delete column. Provide the column ID as a parameter and add this class properties. And the icon is going to be icon trash. Right? So we are going to create a div container for the task itself. So remember, we are importing the task card, but we have not made any use of it yet. So we are going to create a container for the task card that are going to be rendered over here. So we have a div and we have this class properties to this div. So within this div, we are going to have the sortable context, right? Sortable context. So wrap everything around sortable context and provide the items props to be the task IDs. And we are going to map through the entire task and render them with the task card. So map, we have task, and then we have the task card. So we provide a key task.id and a task, which is going to be the task that we are going to pass down here. So these are the props that the task card need to render or function properly. When we check the task card, these are the props, and we are providing them just rightly. So we have delete task, and we have update task to be update task. So these functions are going to be created in the Kanban board component and pass them down to the rest of the component. And finally, we are going to have a button that is going to add a new task. So we create a button to add a new task, which is going to have a class properties of this. And then we have an onClick event here, which is going to be create task. We pass in the column.id, and the icon is going to be icon plus, the one we imported above there from tabular icons. So we export default column container, and that is going to be 8 for the column container component and the task component. So we can move back to the Kanban board and write the rest of the code. So inside this Kanban board, we are going to get rid of this paragraph and provide the column container that we created. So column container, which accepts a couple of props. So we have a key, column.id, we have a column, which is going to be the column that we are getting from the maps this side here. As we map through all the columns, we get hold of the columns here. So we are going to have delete column, and we provide that with the delete column function. So we don't have this function yet, so I think it's time to create this function. So we are going to scroll down here and create the function. So this is going to be a regular JavaScript function that is going to be named delete column, which accepts ID as a parameter. And then we are going to filter out the column with the specific ID from the list of columns. So we have set columns, and then we have columns.filter. We check wherever the column.id is not equal to ID. And then we set the task. So this is going to filter the task that belongs to the deleted column. So we have set task, task.filter, we have the task, column ID is not equal to ID. So we have our delete function created. We can move back and add the following props. So we are going to have update column, which is going to be update column. So we will create this function in a bit. We have create task, which is going to be create task. We have delete task, which is going to be delete task. We have to create that function. So we have update column. So let's add update task, which is going to be update task. And we have the task props, which is going to come from the task dot filter. We pass the task in, and we are going to filter wherever the task dot column ID is equal to column dot ID. All right, so let's create the update, create, delete, and update task. So update column, create task, delete task, and update task. So we scroll down and create those functions over here. So before we write the create task and all the rest of the functions, let's create this function to generate a unique ID for the task and columns. So it's going to be function generate ID, and then we are going to have we are going to return math.floor. We have math.random multiplied by 10,001. So this is going to generate random numbers for us for the ID. So the first function we are going to create is going to be the create task function. So you provide function create task, which is going to accept a column ID, and then we create a new task. So we define the new task with a unique ID, the specified column ID, and the default content. So we have ID to be generate ID function, column ID, content is going to be task, and then we have the task dot length plus 1. We give that a save, and we update the state for the task. So set task. So we just spread the task that we have already, and then we append the new task. So this is storing everything in the state. Once we refresh the browser, it is going to disappear unless we have the Kanban board stored in the database, right? So let's work on the next function. The next function is going to be delete task, which is going to be very similar to this here. So I'll copy this, paste it here, rename it to delete task, and then we are going to filter the task. So we create a new constant here, new task equals task.filter. We pass in the task. We have task.id. We filter wherever the task.id is not equal to ID, and then we set the task to our new task. So we are going to have the update column function. So we create a function for the update column, which is going to have the ID and the title as a parameter. And we are going to map through the list of columns and update the title of the column with the specific ID. So set columns. So what is left is the update task. So we are going to create that function. So we create a function for that update task. We provide the ID and the content. And we are going to create a new constant that is going to map through the list of tasks and update the content of the task with the specific ID. So basically similar to the update column. Task.id. We have ID here. We spread the task, content, and we have the task here. Then we set the task to new task. So for now, I think we have everything. So let's continue writing the code for this component. So we are going to create a button for adding a column, right? So we have button, and then we have on click. Which is going to be create new column, which is a function that we are yet to create. And we have this class name here. I'll copy that and paste it over here. And the icon, the add button is going to have an icon plus, and the text add column. So I think it's time to render the Kanban board inside the screening schedule component to see what we have done so far. So I'll call the Kanban board here. I think I have to export to default first. Then we import that here, Kanban board, which is going to accept the props of state. We pass in the state. So before we run this, since we don't have the create column function, I will comment this out. So let's open the localhost and then see what we have. And there we go. We have the button for adding a column displayed in the screening schedule page. So when I click on this button, nothing is going to happen because we haven't implemented the create column function. So we are going to create that. So we have a function, create new column. And we are going to define the column with a unique ID and a default title. So we have a column, new column. So we have ID, which is going to be generate ID, and the title is going to be column. We have columns dot length +1. And then we update the column state by adding the new column to the existing list of columns. So we have set columns and we save that. So let's move back to our website, click on add new column, and there we go. We have column 1 because we have the default title to be named that way. When we click on it again, we have column 2 and so on and so forth. So what is left is to have our task being displayed here when we click on add task and be able to drag them freely from one column to the other. So we are going to have 3 pieces of function that are going to be very important to make this whole thing work perfectly fine. So I'll copy and paste these 3 important functions that is going to be very crucial for this component. Starting with onDragStart function. So I'll paste that here. So what we are basically doing here is to set the active column state to a draggable column at this side here, and then we check to see if the dragged item is a task. If that is the case, we are going to set the active task to the dragged task. That is what we have over here. And we have this function here named onDragEnd. We handle the task for drag and drop within or between columns and rearrange the task based on the drag and drop positions. And then we handle the drag and drop to a new column. So this is basically the function to handle the drag end. And the final function I'll copy and paste is going to be the onDragOver. So I'll paste that here. And this is basically the effect that is going to show when we drag over an element. When we check the complete code, we can see when we drag this to this column here, we have this cool animation. So that is going to be the onDragOver function to do just that. In one of these tutorials, I'll make a dedicated course on using drag and drop. So stay tuned for that. If you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to know when I drop that video. So next, we are going to build the rest of the component. So right after this div here that displays the column and the task, we are going to create a portal. So we use the portal to render the drag overlay outside the main document object model, the DOM. This is very useful to ensure that the overlay is rendered on top of other elements. So we are going to create that. We have the create portal. So we have to import this from React DOM. Import create portal. So from React DOM, we have create portal. We have that here. And then we are going to create a drag overlay component from the D&D kit, which is going to show the item being dragged. So we have the drag overlay. We are going to check if there is an active column being dragged. So we have active column and we have column container, which is going to render the columns container component for active column being dragged. So we have column container. We pass in the following props. So I think we can copy these over here. And paste it here to modify a few things. So the column props is going to be active column. And then the filter here is going to be active column. And that is going to be it for the column container inside the drag overlay component. And then we are going to check if there is an active task being dragged. So we do that by writing active task. and then we render the task card. Which is going to be task, active task, delete task is going to be delete task, the function we created here, delete task. Where can this be found? Delete task, this one here, delete task. And then we have update task to be update task. So this is supposed to be here and not within the column container. So I made a mistake, and we have the drag overlay here. And finally, we are going to specify the container where the overlay should be rendered. In this case, it's going to be the document body. So we have document.body. So one more piece before we run this code is to add the functions for the onDrag start, which is going to be onDrag start, and onDrag end is going to be onDrag end, and we have the onDrag over, which are the functions that we created over here. So you can learn more about D&D on the official website. So I provided the link in the description. You can see the reason why we made some of the decisions that we made. So let's save this and then run it inside our browser. We can see we have the columns here. When we click on the screening schedules page, we can add a couple of columns, rename it, add a task, delete a task. We can create a new column, add a task, and drag it over here and do whatever we want to do as the one in the complete project. So what is left is to test this part with the data we are getting from the Gemini AI. When we move back to the records and index single record details page, when we check this side here, notice we are rendering these columns and tasks. So we are going to test this out by starting from the records page. Click on this folder. We have our analysis results. And when we click on view treatment plan, the AI is supposed to generate these columns for us, and then we will be able to render them inside the Kanban board. So fingers crossed. Let's click on the view treatment plan. Wait for some few seconds. And then boom, we have it in place. So what we are seeing here is the details that is coming from the Gemini AI. We get these from the Gemini AI. We pass it down to the navigate. Using the navigate function, we pass it down to the screening schedule page, the past response, and then we get hold of that over here inside our Kanban board. Over here, we are getting it from the state and looping through the columns and the task. So we set the default columns and tasks with the data that we are getting from the database and render them over here. So this is amazing. And not only do we see this column and task, but we are able to drag them from one column to the other and then drag this here, do whatever you want to do with this task. This is beautiful and amazing. So let's move back to our requirements file and see if we are done through with this application, or there are a few couple of things that we have to handle. When we check the requirement, we have user authentication and onboarding, we have that. Upload and manage medical records, we have that. AI analysis, we have that. Generation of personalized treatment plan, which is just this page here, we have that as well. Secure storage and sharing of medical data. So we are just storing this inside the Drizzle ORM console, which is this one over here. And you can provide additional security to this medical records or data by encrypting all the records before inserting them. So I'll leave that to you as a try on to add as an improvement for this project. So what is left is the metrics and dashboard for user record. So we have to create that. When we move back to our localhost and move to the home page, you can see we have 2 folders, but there is nothing showing over here. So we have to work on this to display the correct, information over here. So we are going to move back to the, where is this located? Let's see, in this home. So we are going to move back to the display information. Okay. The display information component. So over here, what we are going to do is to use the use Privy hook, and also the use navigation hook, and the use context hook. So for the use navigation hook is going to help us navigate. I think we already have that here. What is left is the use Privy hook to get hold of the user email address. So we are going to create a constant here to distract the user object from use Privy. So this user object contains the email that you'll be using for the fetch user by email from the use context function. So we are going to create a constant, and we are going to distract a couple of functions from the use context. So I'll create a use state context hook here, and we are going to have the fetch user records. We have records, fetch user by email. All these are functions that we have in the use context hook. Fetch user by email. We save that and we create a use effect hook. So we have a use effect hook here. And within the use effect hook, we are going to check if there is a user. So if there is a user, that user is coming from the Privy authentication. So if there is a user, we are going to use the fetch user by email function. Fetch user by email function. So we have that here, fetch user by email, and we provide the email on the object, user object coming from Privy dot email dot address. We have dot then, which is going to have a response object, or which is going to trigger after we're able to fetch a user successfully. So we have dot then, and after we are done fetching the user, we want to do the following. We want to initialize all the metric counters. So we have constant total folder, folders, which is going to be records.length. because we are going to get the total records by the user over here when we fetch user by email. And then we have the set AI. So basically these are going to be similar states that we have here. So I'll copy these and paste them over here and do a little bit of modification. So this is going to be a let variable, initialize it to 0. We append let and equals 0. We append let here, complete screenings, we initialize it to 0 and do same for the rest. All right, perfect. So once we have this, we are going to iterate through the records to calculate the metrics. So we have records dot for each, because whatever is going to come from the records is going to be an array. So we have record and if record dot Kanban board. So over here, we want to check inside the records. If we have a Kanban board data inside, we want to do some calculations, okay? Because we will be rendering the total screenings and the pending screenings and what we have over here. So that can be found only in the Kanban data. So we check that if there is a data exists in the Kanban records, not data but records. We run a try catch block here, and inside the try, we create a constant named Kanban, which is going to have, which is going to pass using the JSON.pass. We have the record dot Kanban records here. Then we calculate the AI personalized treatment metrics. So we have AI personalized treatment here, which is going to be plus or equal to, because we want to aggregate the sum of whatever we find over here. So we have Kanban.columns. Remember, that is how we structure the Kanban with the AI. Columns.sum. And then we provide a column with column title, and we have AI personalized treatment. So we have a condition here which is going to set this to 1 if there is results coming from the Kanban columns, else we set it to 0. So that is going to render 0 for nothing and then 1 for something in a simplified manner. So let's calculate the total screenings and other metrics. So we have total screenings, which is going to be plus or equal to Kanban.task.length. And we have complete screenings is going to be plus equal to Kanban.task.filter. So we want to filter wherever we have the column ID inside the Kanban data with the name done. So once we check that and get a result, it means we have a qualified or a complete screenings. So we save that and then we create same for pending. So before we create the pending, we have to add the dot length. I'll copy this and paste it 2 times. Change the completed screenings to pending screenings. And we have Kanban board.task.filter. Instead of checking for done, we are going to check doing. If we are still confused on why we are doing this, we have that inside the single record details page. So we have this here. The columns is having an ID of to do, doing, and done. So this specifies the task, the state of the task, right? So for pending, we have doing, and then we have overdue screenings. This is going to be Kanban.task. So we don't have anything like overdue inside the single page records. Here, single record details component, but you can add that to have an overdue section. You can add a lot of features to this app to make it advanced. So back to the displayInfo, we have overdue.length, and if there is an error, we are going to console.error. We run. Failed to pass Kanban records. And then we have the error here. Alright, so the use effect is going to have these dependencies. So it's going to have a user dependency, fetch user records, and records. So what we did here is just to, have the number of screenings, the completed task, the pending tasks, and whatever we have here to be stored in this variable. But we have to set them to this state to make sure everything works perfectly. So over here, we are going to set the metrics. So we have total folders, AI personalized treatment. We have total screenings, completed screenings, pending screenings, overdue screenings. And we have .catch, error. We are going to log the error object. So with this, we can move back to our application and check if we can see the metrics in the dashboard. And there we go. So this is our localhost port, the one we are on, and we have the metrics displayed over here. So we have 2 folders. Indeed, we have 2 folders over here. And we have the total screenings to be 5, completed to be 1, pending to be 2. And we don't have any overdue. So I said you can work on that as an add-on to this project. So I think the app is looking really beautiful and nice. And when we check the requirement, we ticked the last point on the functional requirement. And I think that will be it for the application. So what we are going to do next is to host this on Netlify, and then we are done with the whole tutorials. So we are going to open a new tab and search for Netlify. Click on the first link, and then you log in if you have an account. If you don't have an account, you sign up for Netlify. So when you log in, so I'm going to log in with my GitHub, and then I see this page over here. So I can click on add new site button and import from GitHub. So before you can deploy this website to Netlify, you have to have it on GitHub. So push all the code to GitHub and then click on add new site, import existing project, select GitHub or wherever your code is being stored. So I'll click on authorize, and then I am going to search for BeatCancer. So I'll click on this and then provide a site name, add environment variable, and click on deploy BeatCancer. So the environment variable is going to be this one over here, the Vite Gemini API key. I'll copy that, create the environment variable, paste the value over here, and deploy the BeatCancer application. So I'll click on this and we are going to wait for some few seconds to get this deployed. Alright, so we have everything ticked as complete. So I believe the application has been deployed successfully. Let's click on preview. And there we go, we have our website deployed and live on Netlify. And this brings us to the end of this tutorial. And I want to thank you guys so much for the amazing support for this channel. If this is your first tutorials with me, kindly consider subscribing, like, and share your thoughts in the comment section. Keep on building amazing things. See you in the next one. Bye.